Thank you. Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? I told him pull it last year. Today is Tuesday, February 7th, 2023. Coming up in a special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. It is the State of the Union for President Joe Biden. He has lagging poll numbers. Even though there are good things happening in the economy, what will he say tonight to convince the American people that he is doing a good job? We'll break these things down. One of the things that he's done is invited the family members who had folks victimized by police violence. We'll talk with retired sergeant in the LAPD, Cheryl Dorsey, Mark Morial of the National Urban League. Pull it over. Here we go to the promo, and I'll start it over. Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Today is Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, for the special edition of Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. It is State of the Union night. President Joe Biden will speak to the country, laying out his priorities for 2023. Look a lot different from last year. Democrats control the Senate. They do not control the House. Republicans do. So the question is, what is he going to say? He has invited the families who've had folks victimized by police violence. But the question is he going to lean in as opposed to do performative politics? We're talking about all of this. Retired LAPD Sergeant Cheryl Dorsey will join us. Mark Morial of the National Urban League. Melanie Campbell from the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. Got a full slate of panelists who are in studio. We're going to do a full breakdown, giving you the most extensive coverage from a black perspective. What is the state of our union? That's what our focus is right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. It's time to bring the funk. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time. And it's right.
Folks, President Joe Biden will give a State of the Union tonight, his second time as president. It will look a lot different than it did last year when he was speaking in the House chamber. He will not have Nancy Pelosi sitting behind him as Speaker of the House. It will be Kevin McCarthy, who is the Speaker of the House. Republicans now control the House. And so it looks a lot different than last year, which also means Democrats are going to have to do have a different focus when it comes to working with Republicans, being far more bipartisan, because they don't control both chambers of the House. And normally what happens on this night, and it used to be the old way, the president would give a speech and they would look at the polling numbers and how did America receive it. The bottom line is a lot of that has changed over the last 10 or so years. The issue President Biden has right now, though, he does have numbers that are very low, below numbers of Donald Trump. We'll talk about this in our panel later, but a new ABC News Washington Post poll shows that in a hypothetical race today, he's 3 points behind Donald Trump. Some 58% of Democrats don't want him to seek re-election because if he did, he would be 82 years old. He's made it clear that he will be seeking re-election. Democrats, even a poll, 58% say they don't want him to run again. So he is going to have a major home run tonight in order to appeal to the American people. His State of the Union speech also comes just a few weeks after the death of Tyree Nichols in Memphis. He has asked members of Congress to invite family members who have had folks victimized by police violence. A number of CBC members have done that. Earlier, they held a news conference where they were talking about this very issue. And so that's going to be a significant part of his speech. But the question that I have is whether or not this president is going to actually lean in hard on the issue. He's leaned in hard on other issues, but he did not do so on police reform, which was scuttled by Senator Tim Scott. He did not do so when it came to the voter protection bill. Joining me right now is Cheryl Dorsey, retired LAPD sergeant. Cheryl, glad to have you on our coverage tonight. Last year, in May, when the families of George Floyd and others, when we met with them just outside of our offices right here on Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C., I talked to them about the need to put pressure on this president to move legislation. I said that what they need to do is actually come to D.C., tell the president, we want you to meet with the family members, with the members of Congress. Folks, get that clip ready because I want to play that, because the thing here, again, that's critically important is that it's real easy to say, if you pass it, I will sign it, but he has to put some muscle into it. This was from May 25th on our show in 2022. All right, so folks, so we'll have the clip just a second. So Cheryl, speak to that on what he needs to do in order to move police reform forward.
Well, listen, I don't say no to anything. And so whatever he's going to propose tonight, will sound sexy. But the truth of the matter is that kind of pressure really needs to be applied at the city and state, local levels, because police chiefs have tremendous autonomy and they do what they want. And we've seen time and time again where, there's something so-called passed on the federal, national level, and it never trickles down to really have any substantive impact on these local police departments.
The thing here, though, is that, again, you can leave it to Congress, but when they had the infrastructure bill, there were more than 300 White House meetings. He did not show that level of commitment on police reform. This is where Biden should be calling police unions to the White House, the sheriffs, the FOP, and others, and saying, we need to get this done. And so that's what I mean. He has to lean in a hell of a lot more than he has in the past if this would become a reality.
Well, listen, he needs to do a whole lot more than that. He needs to call in Sergeant Dorsey and a coalition of law enforcement officers that I'm connected to and have been collaborating with across the nation, because they speak very much like I do. And we know for a fact that creating a national registry is not going to do anything to deter bad behavior. Do you think that Chief C.J. Nichols over in Memphis didn't have a list of errant officers? We know that Derek Chauvin had to have been on a list somewhere. He had 27 personnel complaints. So having their name on a list absent accountability is really pointless.
And again, what was proposed last time, frankly, is soft. It needs to be far more aggressive. Again, we'll see what he has to say. But the bottom line here is this president, he owes black people. He is not in the White House if it wasn't for black voters in South Carolina. He's not in the White House if black women and black men don't vote in record numbers in Georgia. He's not there in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. And so African Americans are saying, we want to see leadership from President Biden. He must start tonight showing it on this issue.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what he says. But we know that he has, folks across the aisle on the Republican side who have already said they don't have an appetite for some of this police reform, particularly if it speaks to ending qualified immunity. And so to that, I say we have a bill here in California, SB 2, which is called the Police Deactivation Act of 2021. And that would certainly go a long way to reforming these police departments, getting officers off and preventing them and precluding them from moving to another agency if they're found guilty of the kinds of actions we saw the officers commit against Tyree Nichols.
Mark Moria, President C of the National Urban League, joins us right now. Mark, civil rights leaders have requested to meet with the president on this very issue. They've reaffirmed their commitment. Vice President Kamala Harris spoke about that from the funeral of Tyree Nichols. And I'm just going to say it again. President Biden has got to man up on this. Look, I get you don't want to. When he spoke to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, Mark, you're a former mayor of New Orleans. He reiterated, the defunding makes no sense. We need more money for cops. Here's the reality. Democratic mayors, Democratic governors, and Democrats in the House and the Senate have voted to give cops more money. Billions of dollars have gone to law enforcement over the past several years. The reality is none of that has made a difference. Last year, Samuel Simgawe was on our show and said more people were killed by cops last year than any other year on record. This president has got to actually be far more forceful in dealing with Congress to get a real police reform bill done.
I agree. And I've agreed for a long time that the president is going to have to be more assertive, more aggressive, and make the case why reforming police and building trust is indispensable to the effort to bring down violence. Roland, Washington sometimes can be out of touch in not understanding that a department that's not trusted by people, that's not accountable to people, will not be effective in preventing violence, not effective in apprehending those who commit violence. So these two issues, to me, go hand in hand. I think the president made a judgment last time that quiet persuasion amongst members of Congress and the Senate could work. It's clear it did not. And this time we clearly need a much more aggressive Joe Biden. But Sergeant Dorsey made an important point. If we are true about police reform, every mayor, every police chief, every city council, every civil service board will make this job one, because they have enormous powers at the local level, and they should not be immune from the pressure and the outrage as well.
Well, and again, when you talk about leaning in, being more forceful, I get, the dance last time, but Democrats controlled the House and the Senate last time. Okay, this is no time to play footsie with Republicans. Okay, he is going to have to put pressure on them as well. And in fact, if the House doesn't pass a bill, that's where blame can actually be placed. But what Democrats should not be doing right now is coming out of the gate soft. He should be proposing a strong bill and say, Republicans, this is what I want to see in the bill, and work from there.
Our position as a civil rights leadership, we confected the George Floyd Justice and Police bill. We work closely with Senator Booker, Congresswoman, now Mayor Bass of Los Angeles, and the CDC to put a strong bill together. That's our starting point. That's the beginning of this discussion, and that's where it should be tonight.
All right, hold tight 1 second. I got to go to a break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. The economy is also a critical issue that we talked about tonight. We'll discuss that as well because, again, President Joe Biden came with the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, talked about how they wanted to increase contracts for African Americans to grow up to $100 billion. Where's the plan to actually do so? Are African Americans benefiting from this economy? What more is he going to do? And so, folks, the president tonight is giving the State of the Union. We're discussing the state of our union right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. We're the only black-owned media outlet giving you this type of coverage tonight, breaking down the State of the Union from our perspective with black experts in politics, economics, civil rights, and police and other areas. So hold tight 1 second. We got more information for you. Don't forget, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. We'll be right back.
Most people think that these television shows that tell stories about who we are as black men, and then they paint these monolithic portraits of us. They think that they're being painted by white people. And I gotta tell you, there are a whole bunch of black folk that are the creators, the head writers, the directors of all of these shows, and that are still painting us as monoliths. The people don't really want to have this conversation.
No, they don't. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind $100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com. Again, folks, in under an hour, President Joe Biden will go to the Well of Congress where the House of Representatives meets to speak to the joint session of Congress for his second State of the Union address. Again, one of the biggest issues will be police reform that he'll be talking about tonight. Again, family members of those who've been victimized by police violence will actually be in attendance. We were talking, before we looked to the break, we were talking about again, the amount of money that's being spent on this issue. And Cheryl Dorsey, retired LAPD sergeant, she's with us. Also, Mark Morreale, CEO of the National Urban League. And Cheryl, we're talking about billions. I did a show yesterday called PBD Broadcast, and they were complaining about, oh, Democrats want to defund the police. And I was like, what the hell are y'all talking about? I said, that's utter bullshit when you look at the amount of money that Democrats have been passing. I said, yes, you have a number of members, a few members who talked about defund the police, but they were even trying to complain that, stating that reallocation of resources is somehow defund the police, when in fact, that's exactly what you need. You need a reallocation of resources. You need to be shifting money to mental illness. There are far too many cops who are encountering people who are having mental breakdowns and they're ending up dead. I don't understand why people can't rationalize that and say you can't just keep sending cops out for everything in this society. You've got to be able to figure out different ways to deal with the general public and not always have a police interaction.
Certainly that's part of the problem, but here's the rub with that, is that when someone other than a police officer comes, or when someone calls and says that the individual who's in crisis is violent or they're armed, they're going to send the police. And so if you understand that the police are going to come, you want to make sure that those who come are well trained, they have the right temperament and the skill set and the patience, empathy, compassion, whatever adjective you want to use to deal with these people. Because if they're violent, as in Keenan Anderson and a couple of others, Oscar Sanchez here in Los Angeles, we had 3 uses of force that ended in death here in the first part of January, because these people were violent and some of them were armed. So training is key, right temperament is important.
And Mark, that's why you also, I believe, you have to have someone who also is sent to these calls whose instinct is not to grab a gun or a taser. Somebody who can understand de-escalation, being able to calm someone down in a situation like that. And that, to me, has been part of the issue here. We've just simply had too many people who have been dying at the hands of cops. And so that's part of the issue. And so it's crazy how you have individuals on the right who somehow can't handle this notion of how do we reimagine policing in 2023.
So, well, Roland, the Washington, D.C. Police Department did an analysis of the substantial body of 911 calls over a period of time and went back to determine what portion of those calls required a police response versus the response of another agency. And they found something interesting, and that was a large number would have been better served with a response by another agency. Now, apropos to what Cheryl says, I advocate on certain types of calls what I call a dual role, where the police role and a mental crisis unit roles. And the minute it is determined that no one's life is threatened, the police would leave and turn the site or scene over to the mental health professional. We can do better than we are doing now is absolutely the point. Many police officers do not want and are not trained to confront those that may be on the street, unhoused, those who may have mental illness. They do not feel qualified, but they get called to respond. And so there's got to be other systems in place in order to do that. The second thing I will attest to is that we need investments in youth programs, in summer jobs, in interventions among young people, if we are true about this effort to combat violence in our communities. And my experience in New Orleans in the 1990s and the early 2000s was that these investments in youth played a big role in the 60 to 70% reduction in violent crime we played, in addition to our police reforms. So it's a false debate that it's either or. It is really a requirement that you do smart and effective law enforcement and smart and effective interventions. The Biden administration gave American cities a large amount of unrestricted cash. They could spend it on policing. They could spend it on, if you will, mental health. They could spend it on anything. Now, it wasn't recurring money, but the Biden administration said to mayors and local government, we'll give you some resources because you've been impacted by Katrina to use as you see fit. I would like to see the provide to America's mayors and cities more unrestricted money that they could use. Now, there ought to be limitations on how they can use it to some extent, but that gives them the resources they need to invest in mental health, in other interventions, in youth programs, and the like. And so sometimes Washington is rarefied air. People are up here discussing things. Down in the community, people want effective policing, but not brutal policing, not unconstitutional policing. But they also want good playgrounds, good parks, mental health interventions. They don't want either or. They want both and in communities. And this is really what I hear when I travel to Cincinnati, Chicago, Atlanta, New Orleans, Philadelphia, Omaha. And I talk to people in the communities who are impacted by all of the quality of life issues we're discussing tonight.
See, sure, that's what it amazes me when we have this conversation about crime in this country. The automatic reaction to so many people is, let's just shovel more money to the police. Here's the whole deal. There are some cities where literally half of the city's budget is going to police and fire. I mean, half. If you're talking about how do you deal with crime, how do you lower crime, the answer is not always more money in the cops. You have to confront what I keep saying is, what is the undercurrent of crime? What creates that? What are the situations in our society? And too many political leaders don't want to deal with economics, don't want to deal with education, don't want to deal with living conditions, all that sort of stuff. All of those factors play a role in what's happening in crime. And this is real simple. Go to a neighborhood where you don't see lots of crime. You know what you're likely going to see? Homeowners. You're going to see clean streets. You're going to see a number of things. And that, to me, I think is where this country fails. The option always is, let's just shovel out more billions to police. That's not always the answer to dealing with crime in America.
I think we need to get back to community-based policing. I think it was a model that worked. I certainly was deeply entrenched in that on the LAPD. And when you have officers who, let's face it, they're not going to be living in the community, but certainly if they could relate to the community, if I know you and you know me, we have a relationship, a rapport, perhaps when things go sideways and someone who's familiar with a family and a loved one who's in crisis, let's say, the outcome could be very different, as opposed to, what many believe is just an occupying force of folks who want to come in and, do what we refer to as beat and release.
And that right there, Mark, again, that idea, beat and release, cannot be the dominant thing that happens in this country. And again, I just think as what we're seeing play out, Mark, and again, is really playing out all the time. There's always this natural reaction from people to just go, again, throw more money at the police. We have to be thinking holistically. And this is where activists have to put the level of pressure on this White House, on this Congress, to say, don't leave out communities when you're talking about dealing with crime in this country. We know that scare tactics have always been used, unfortunately, and that's what caused people to have fear.
I'll say this. The issue is not more policing, it's effective policing, productive policing, constitutional policing. But right now, I'll tell you, one thing we haven't discussed is many big city departments have huge vacancies. They can't fill the position they have. So they can't even make a case in some instances for more money because they have vacancies that not filled. Cheryl is right, Sergeant Dorsey is right. It's the philosophy of community policing, preventive policing, proactive policing. But I will say this again, and you have said it time and time again, we can't solve the problem with a law enforcement only approach. It is going to require the quality of life issues, addressing the root causes, making attacks on poverty, improving housing, investing in youth, mental health, and the like. We have to do all of it. Comprehensive strategies in the 90s is what made my beloved hometown safe on my watch as mayor. And when they undid the comprehensive policies after I left, the city retrenched. And so you want a case example of what comprehensive policies will do, police reform plus community interventions and investments. I'll show you what we were able to do in New Orleans, and there are other examples. And I'll show you what happens when you undo it, you have retrenchment. So I simply say, let us invest in all of the above. On an overall basis, cities have been underinvested in, except that the Biden administration has done more to invest in cities and school districts and transit authorities than any administration in recent history.
Cheryl, about 30 seconds here on that particular point that Mark made there about the vacancies. Guess what? There's a whole bunch of cops also been retiring because they don't like the accountability that's being instituted as well.
Well, listen, if police chiefs had an appetite to hire folks who look like me, there'd be more of us out there. And we know from the Memphis 5 that just having black officers isn't enough. You've got to have the right. So I'd like to be a recruitment tool. And for the young people who hear FTP in the House, be the change that you want on that police department. Get on there. Be the one who stops officers from beating somebody who looks like you, sitting on the neck of someone who looks like you. We've got to be on these departments to make that change.
All right, Cheryl Dorsey, Mark Morial, we really appreciate both of you for joining us. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Cheryl.
All right, folks, got to go to a break. We come back. We'll talk with our panel assemble here about the president's speech, what they want to hear him talk about as it relates to African Americans. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered, our special coverage of President Joe Biden's State of the Union address right here on the Black Star Network.
Next on Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach. Listen to this. Women of color are starting 90% of the businesses in this country. That's the good news. The bad news, as a rule, we're not making nearly as much as everyone else. But joining us on the next Get Wealthy episode is Betty Hines. She's a business strategist, and she's showing women how to elevate other women.
I don't like to say this openly, but we're getting better at it. Women struggle with collaborating with each other. And for that reason, one of the things that I demonstrate in the sessions that I have is that you can go further together if you collaborate.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. An hour of living history with Dr. Richard Mariba Kelsey, thinker, builder, author, and one of the most important and impactful elders in the African American community. He reflects on his full and rich life and shares his incomparable wisdom about our past, present, and future.
African genius is saying that my uncle was a genius, my brother was a genius, my neighbor was a genius. I think we ought to drill that in ourselves and move ahead rather than believing that I got it.
That's next on the Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
When families who've been impacted by police violence join us on the second anniversary of the death of George Floyd, we talked about what they wanted to see happen in Congress, but specifically from this president. Here's what they said as we talked just outside our studios here on Black Lives Matter Plaza here in the nation's capital.
Booker talked to Senator Coons at the White House. What I said to both of them is, look, the election is in November. I said, there's nothing that precludes the Senate from taking this up again and trying to actually pass it. One of the things that I said in December when Senator Tim Scott went on Face the Nation, and I just want y'all to understand that Senator Tim Scott went on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, and he blamed Democrats for, in his mind, trying to defund the police by tying changes in law to them receiving funding. And I found that to be real interesting because when Michael Harriot was at the Root, he actually wrote a piece the previous year, in 2020, where Senator Tim Scott literally had the exact same mechanism in his law. And he wrote a piece that was called In Loving Memory of Tim Scott. Now, back in, this was actually September, it wasn't December. So Senator Tim Scott was very vocal with me, texting back and forth with regards to it falling apart. Yet when I sent him that story, and I asked him point blank, I said, if Dems want to defund the cops by cutting funds, please explain why you previously wanted to do the same. How can you say it's a bridge too far when what you now say is bad is what your own Deputy Chief of Staff says was needed? Here's what Michael Harriot published today. And I asked him that question, on September 30th, on October 27th, on January 19th. The very same thing. I even said, Senator Scott, it's been 2.5 months since I asked you to explain the difference between what you accused Dems of doing on the Floyd bill, what you proposed last year. Why have you and your staff gone silent on your own proposal? What's the difference? Still no response. I think what the president should do, the president should ask all of you to come back to the White House, invite those Republicans, and say, sit across the table and let's put this bill back on track. Your thoughts?
If I could just jump in, and I agree with you, because we met with Senator Scott and we met with Senator Graham, and we sat across the table from them, and you know, they misled us. You know, they told us that we're going to get something done. And when it fell apart, we got a call from Senator Booker, you know, to express his disappointment, but we didn't get a call from Senator Scott. We didn't, I called the office and, you know, they told me, oh, he's busy right now. I said, I don't care if he's busy. He made promises to us, and he did not keep those promises. And so he's doing what's politically expedient. And he said, hey, it's just dead, it's just dead. And what we expressed to him, Alyssa and I, we told him our brothers are dead. That's what's dead, and we are tired of you playing politics with our with our loved ones. We are tired of you negotiating if we live or die. And so we haven't heard from him either since that meeting and since it died. And so it's really disingenuous, it's disappointing, and it's unfortunate. But again, I think you're right. We need to get back to the table and figure out how we make this work before the midterms.
I agree. I was going to actually say, the same thing that Tiffany just said. One of the things that I like to really touch on is that everyone's has nightmares, and for us to come to the White House and always get a Band-Aid, that's unfortunate for us, because we go right back and we're going through the same things over and over again. And at this point, we're just asking for closure. And one step ahead will be passing towards what just
I just really think, again, if the White House doesn't demand it, I just personally think that that's something that the families should say to this president. Call that meeting at the White House. Ask them to come to the White House, and then see if they actually show up. You've got people, Senator Scott's running for re-election. You got other people running for re-election. And you're right, he made all those promises, and the Republicans kept saying, and I heard Senator Lindsey Graham say, we are going to get this done. And they didn't.
We don't want to work it out, Bill. We want you to look at everything that we're asking you to do, because it's protecting our children, our children's children. This is our future. And so we're just fed up, and we're just asking for some type of closure.
And I will say I was able to speak with the brother of Walter Scott, Anthony Scott, who was very disappointed out of South Carolina with Senator Scott, who, you know, said that he was going to get this done. And so, you know, we do need to, you know, hold him accountable for his lack of action and his lack of disrespect to the families. He could have at least had the common courtesy to say, hey, this is where we are and this is why. But you went and you lied and said that it was the Dems' fault and that the Dems can't have everything they want. Again, this is not about politics. This is about if we live or die. And so...
So that fell apart in September, and none of you heard from Senator Tim Scott or Senator Lindsey Graham or the Republicans.
No, and that same weekend I ran into Senator Manchin and, you know, tied him down, and I said, hey, what do you think about this? He told me he would go and meet with them and that he believed that this should happen, and hadn't heard from him either.
All right, folks. Again, a lot we're going to be covering tonight. We've got what I call the blackest panel out here. Trust me, you're not going to see. Really, Anthony, just going to walk right in front of the camera? Just like, you know, we live TV right now, Anthony. So like the camera, you just walk right in front of it, Anthony. I mean, it's like live TV, you just walk right front. Yeah, we got 10 TVs in here, and you can't figure out not to walk in front of that camera. All right, y'all. Again, we got more black people on our set that you're going to see on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, ABC, CBS, NBC combined tonight. So don't even waste y'all time talking to the rest of them. Let me introduce y'all to our panel right now, folks. A. Scott Bolden, attorney here in D.C. We got Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University. We got Dr. Amakongo Demina, professorial lecturer, School of International Service, American University. Erica Savage, of course, founder and host of the Reframe Brain podcast. Reese Colbert, host of the Reese Colbert Show, Sirius XM. Lauren Victoria Burke, Black Press USA. Dr. Bill Spriggs, economist, Howard University. Tamia Booker, founder and managing director of T. Booker Strategies. Also, Deanna Bass Williams, co-host, policy, and pound cake partner, Bass Public Affairs. Can you actually make pound cake?
My mama can.
I asked you about your mama. See, that's trifling when you ask somebody, can you make pound cake? Since you want to actually name some pound cake and you can't make no pound cake. No, that wasn't the question. Is that Republican spin? My mama can make pound cake?
That is not Republican spin, is in fact the truth. My mama can make pound cake.
But I asked, can you make some pound cake?
The point is that my mama makes the best pound cake.
Is your mama the co-host of Policy and Pound Cake?
She's the executive producer of Policy and
Yeah, but is she on the air?
She doesn't need to be on the air.
Oh, here we go. Look at that. Okay, what you saying is you ain't going near that kitchen. That's all. We know what you bringing with Thanksgiving: plates and knives and forks. We know that's what it is. Anybody else who can make pound cake? Anybody?
Not me, that's for sure.
Anybody? Damn, what the hell kind of group is this?
Back to my mother. Back to my mother. My mother.
Why is it? How y'all saying your mamas can make? Damn. Okay. Hell yes. Hell yes. Been baking since I was 7, cooking since I was 8. And we know you only time you walk by the kitchen is to eat.
She can burn.
Yes, she can. Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Mama had a cake business. We were baking at 7, cooking at 8. You better ask somebody. Your little ass got too damn tight over there. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. That's right. You ain't gonna hit. No, you ain't had me. Yeah, see, that's right. A Kappa ain't never got an alpha. All right, that don't even work. All right, course. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna hear no pound cake on CNN. You know, ain't no flavor over there. No flavor over there. All right, so here's the deal. We come back. We're gonna talk about what our parents want to hear tonight, specifically about black folks. All right, this is called the state of our union. If y'all want to hear what the white folks talk about, turn somebody else. We here talk about black people and what our concerns are. So we'll do that when we come back. Don't forget, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Support our Bring the Funk fan club. So you check in money orders. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered, PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered, Venmo is RM Unfiltered, Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com, and be sure to get a copy of my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds. And Lord, they've been losing their minds a whole lot, including some of the fools sitting in the chamber tonight who supported the folks on January 6th. Get the book, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, bookstores everywhere. Download a copy on Audible as well. And don't forget, vote for us for the NAACP Image Award Outstanding News Special with the only black-owned media company nominated. Really? Vote.naacpimageawards.net. Simply go to Outstanding News category. Look for Roland Martin Unfiltered. Black Votes Matter 2020 election special. And so download that, folks. 2022. Vote for us. Of course, remember, you got to use one email. So if you got 5 emails, you can vote 5 times. So be sure to do that. And of course, voting ends at 9 p.m. on February 10th. And so do not procrastinate. We'll be right back.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shots.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress,
whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Pull up a chair, take your seat at the Black Table with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
All right, folks, it's a live look at the floor of the House as folks are waiting for President Joe Biden to enter. We should be having a lower third, folks. Thank you very much. Of course, giving his State of the Union address. And so we'll have live coverage right here and post coverage as well. Let's talk about the state of our union. Bill Spriggs, you're an economist. The economy is going to be talked about tonight, obviously. Biden wants to take credit for what has happened, low unemployment numbers. Jobs report came out on Friday as well. But there's still people who say they want to see more to be done. It hasn't improved his poll numbers. What do you expect him to say tonight, and what should he be talking about tonight regarding the economy?
He should be taking a victory lap. For 9 straight months, the unemployment rate for black men has been below 6. That's never happened before. We've never had...
You said below 6%.
Below 6%. We've never had 9 straight months below 6%. We're finally getting what white men think is normal. For white men, it's how many months have you been above 6%? Then it's like, okay, and then I bring up my fingers and I count on my fingers. Now you ask how many months have we been above 6%? Then I got to get a calculator and a computer because it's a big number. This is unprecedented. Black women's unemployment rate fell through the floor. So this has been the best labor market. And disproportionately, black people have made the recovery because we returned to the labor force. White labor force participation has been relatively flat. So you hear the Fed Chair Powell say, well, labor force participation hasn't moved. It moved for black people. So the result is that the share of black people holding a job is higher than February of 2020 when we went into the shutdown. So this is unprecedented. We've never gone 3 years out from a huge shock to the labor market and then recovered. That has never, ever happened. The good news is disproportionately for black people, it meant we left low-wage jobs. We have gone to higher-wage industries. The share of black people in construction, the share of black people in manufacturing, the share of black people in transportation and warehousing went up. The share of black people in low-wage jobs went down. And more of us are in full-time jobs as opposed to part-time jobs. So he needs to take a victory lap. This, again, think about how long it took us to get back from 2008, and then let's not even mention 2001, the labor market dipped a little teeny tiny bit, and it took us all of 5 years to get back from that little dip. So from this, this is nothing short of a miracle.
Erica, earlier today, there was a clip on Fox News where Harris Faulkner was saying, oh my God, if you ask Americans, they have been worse off the last 2 years. And I tweeted, That's total bullshit. You know, again, it's amazing when you hear folks say this, yet when you look at the data, it completely contradicts, because all that there's been is, oh, we're going to have doom and gloom since Biden was elected. That hasn't been the case.
Absolutely. And for people that feed off of that narrative, they're the ones that are able to excite their base. So having a Dr. Spriggs explain the numbers to tell us how the numbers did, in fact, improve and actually bolster Black America economically, that's truth, right? That's not sexy. It is the chaos that's sexy. One thing I'm really looking forward to listening to is because I am a veteran, and I'm really, really happy because Black women and men disproportionately are represented in enlisted forces. So, and we deploy a lot more. So the number of Black Americans that have been able to, through this PACT Act, been able to get screenings for toxic exposure, which my partner was exposed as well, so that is right in my home. Also knowing that as far as health care, you all know I suffered a brain injury 2 years ago, and I had to have polytrauma care, and it's still ongoing. So the services of caregiving is something that sped up. And when we're talking about veteran suicide, I also have been very, very authentic and transparent about having a suicide safety plan, and that I have been a beneficiary and a recipient of someone calling me from the VA to ensure that I am well. So this is a really, really good news for us to hear, specifically for the Black community.
About 7 minutes before President Joe Biden comes in, it's going to be a little bit longer. It's going to come down the aisle, shaking hands, all sorts of stuff along those. I'm going to keep talking over that. Makongo, what do you want to hear tonight?
I want to hear him target and speak about white supremacy in the face of those white supremacists and racists who are in there. To go on the road and talk about it in his speeches, that's all good. But I've said multiple times, the insurrection was not January 6th. The insurrection is continuing. It is ongoing, and now many of these guys have the levers to power. We are sitting there. He's returning to the scene of a crime, and many of these guys have not been held accountable. And he needs to call them out while they're sitting there. You have members of the CBC wearing pins for the brother who was shot in 1870, unarmed shooting, while the Republicans are wearing AR-15 pins on their jackets. They're celebrating the violence. They have no problems with it, and he needs to call them out tonight. And I think that all Black America needs to see him do that.
Reese?
Well, I mean, I agree with what you all have said. I think he needs to be specific. One thing we saw during the Obama State of the Unions, he said both parties need to come together, and there was a lot of both sides. And I think that President Biden, he loves to champion his bipartisanship, and he has gotten a lot of accomplished, but he needs to be specific about the levers of Congress, a civics lesson that a lot of people don't understand, that are going to stand away of his agenda, and trying to rally people to hold them accountable and not let them get away with these culture wars that they're trying to fight, doing the Pledge of Allegiance 3 or 4 times a session. Nobody needs to see all that. We need to see a whole bunch of other stuff. So I hope that he's specific about that. And I hope that he's specific about his receipts, because as you all have said, there's a lot about feelings and narratives, but the numbers don't lie. Regardless of how you feel, the numbers don't lie. And I'm gonna tell you another thing.
Come on, sis.
New Edition concert tickets is sold out.
Come on, sis.
Concert tickets is sold out. Beyonce is sold out. So you can't tell me Black people ain't doing well.
Period.
First
You know,
of all,
I'm going by the concert tickets.
First of all, some Black people.
Not everybody, but a lot more of us. Let me say that.
And they're going to be going broke trying to get Beyonce tickets. Lauren Victoria Burke, to Amakongo's point, pull up my iPad, please. This was one of the January 6th insurrectionists, actually the Speaker Pro Tem, Marjorie Taylor Greene. This shows you right here. This is one of the folks who is a history wagon to Kevin McCarthy. We can't forget what happened January 6th. What do you want to hear tonight?
I want to hear specificity. I want to hear specific policy. I don't want performative. There's going to be a lot of performative. They have the relatives, obviously, of the victims of police violence in the gallery. That's great. That's wonderful. But what are we doing? Are we moving George Floyd? Are we not moving George Floyd? Are we talking about that? We're like in this cycle of on and on, the next George Floyd incident. Now we get another one. We go another 2 years. They got to get real about actually getting something, done. We know they can't get it done in the House, but you at least have to move the ball where you can move it, which is probably the Senate. It's shocking to hear Bill Spriggs sit here tonight, give us all these stats we've never heard anyplace else, because the media is too involved in the conflict of going after Joe Biden, and going after Kamala Harris,
or stuck in process.
and not focusing on process, and not focusing on the reality of these numbers. He should be taking a victory lap. Okay, he should be. But what we're going to hear is a bunch of nonsense, because the media is making money off of clicks. They're making money off of conflict. They're making money off of criticism. You do see a White House effort against Kamala Harris. She is covered like no other vice president has been covered since like Spiro Agnew. It's completely ridiculous. She's got to be a little bit more vocal. I think we are going to see tonight the president effectively kick off his campaign for next year, and we should. But we got to get real about some of the reality behind the scenes of what we're seeing when we see a night like this.
Yeah, but you also got to have a White House that chooses to be to expand who they reach out to.
How about that?
Every year, of course.
Pete Buttigieg on every day.
Well, yeah.
Why?
Well, here's a perfect example.
Transportation.
Here's a perfect example. So the State of the Union, there's always a luncheon the president has with network anchors.
Right.
I was invited to 3 when Trump was there, several when Obama was there. So I sent an email and said, hey, is there going to be one this year? They said yes. Then I said, okay, where's my invitation? And then when I get back, black-owned media is going to be represented. We're going to have more of these. I said, y'all ain't answered my question. Then I said, let me be real clear. There's not a single black-owned media outlet that does more live hours of news a day than we do. We have the only black-owned news and information 24-hour streaming channel. I said, not the Griot, not Essence, not Blavity, not Black Enterprise, not Urban One, not any of them. And so then folks go silent. And then I email, so I get a problem. I email Erica Lowe, who handles black media. Then I email Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary. No response. And it reminded them both there's only one of us nominated for an Image Award. And who's in the category? ABC News, OWN, PBS, us. So I'm like, who the hell did y'all invite? Again, this is part of the issue. This is part of the problem that they don't, who they reach out to.
Well, they like stenography.
Yeah,
real is stenography.
Well, and
see, they don't want any criticism. They don't want any question. You can't have that. You can't have both ways.
Well, guess what? You're gonna get some questions and some criticism, but you're also gonna get some demands. Melody Campbell, I want to bring you in, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. What do you want to hear tonight from President Joe Biden?
A lot of it tonight, just listening to you all. But one of the things that we want to hear, he says he's going to talk about unfinished business, right? You got 2 years that went through. Now we have 2 more years. So we want to hear about, yes, police reform. We want to hear about voting rights, right? All of it ties back. And we've not left that as a key priority for Black America. And so there's no rights, there's no freedoms. There's no economic platform that's going to sustain if we continue to erode around voting. So we want to hear about that. Obviously, we want to continue to hear about issues around reproductive justice and reproductive rights. And it's so good to see my brother Bill and everybody there. I wish I could be in the room with y'all. But we also want to hear about wealth creation and being able to have economic security, because affordable housing is crippling our community where we may get higher wages, but our dollar doesn't go far enough for us to have quality, affordable housing. Those are some of the issues, though.
Tamia.
So I'm really excited to hear him speak about his accomplishments, as you said earlier. How everyone is just being so negative about the last 2 years, but we've seen a lot of progress. I also would like to hear a little bit more about what he's going to do around police violence. He did sign that executive order last year. Where's the actual teeth behind that? And we have many victims that will be in the audience today, and so we can't just sit there and not address it. So what exactly is the plan? Because, of course, with a Republican-led House, we know we're not going to move as far as we would like to, but I would like to hear from him what he would like to do to combat police violence.
Scott?
Yeah, I do too, because that's the really #1 issue for Black people right now. Now, the specifics on that are super important. 2 years ago, the Democrats controlled all 3 houses. Barely, but they did. And this Biden administration leaned in, but they didn't lean in enough to deliver on the George Floyd Police Reform Act.
300 meetings deal with the infrastructure bill. I don't think it was 30.
Those are race-neutral issues.
I said, but I don't think it was 30 dealing with police reform.
Not at all, because it's not a priority. for the Democratic Party. They speak to it, right? But how does it manifest itself? And so tonight, where he controls 2 houses now, not 3, he better have a better plan than he did when he controlled all 3 houses, or it's never going to happen. He's going to have the family there. They had the funeral and what have you. Sharpton did the eulogy and what have you, and then time goes on. Right now, somewhere in America, there's a police officer beating a young black or brown man, a young black or brown woman, right now. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. And he's giving a State of the Union speech, and he only controls 2 houses. And he's going to be calling those families, if he calls them and says, we did our best, but, you know, we couldn't bring any Republicans over. You controlled all 3 houses, and you wouldn't do enough with Manchin and Sinema to get that done, because this is a black issue, or as people believe it's a black issue. Well, you can't invest in black issues, in their opinion, and have a successful legislative agenda. Yes, you can. You can do infrastructure, you can do anti-inflation, you can do all the things that are important, but when it comes to the Negro problem in America and getting beat, right, it just didn't make the cut. And that's the problem with this administration. Secondly, communicating their successes. 60% of the people believe that the Biden administration hadn't done anything. They've done more than most administrations in the history of this country, right? So whose fault is it if I don't know what you've accomplished? It's your fault, Mr. President, not mine. I'm a voter. I'm a super voter, right? How come I don't know all the legislative accomplishments you've done, so when the pollsters call me, I can tell them, I think you've made a difference in my life?
Deanna.
Thanks. You know, I think I'm very excited to hear our economists share these numbers. For me, I do want to know, I want to better understand from the president, as he takes his victory lap, why do we still feel like we are paying, you know, $7 a carton for eggs? Why do we feel like we're in the, you know, it feels very tight these days, you know, and I know that a lot of people are buying the nice tickets to this and that, but what are we saving? Like, it doesn't feel like Americans are being able to save. It feels like we're still in a rut. And I know that when the Trump administration touted their numbers and their, you know, record African-American unemployment, that we also said that it didn't feel like those things were happening. So as we, I just want to know, I want to be able to hear from the president specifics about why does it still feel like we're in a crunch, but I also will say, clearly I'm the elephant in the room, right? So I want to hear from the president how he will make the case to his party that he should be their nominee. I feel like this is more for, we're a divided nation, you know, and so he's not going to win over Republicans, let's be real. I think for me, I want to see how he's going to win over Democrats, the large majority who are saying that they don't want him to be their nominee. That's really what I'm looking for.
Greg Carr?
Yeah, well, I hope the nut fringe was frisked before he came into the room, since and he's coming in now. I would expect him, this is when the re-election kicks off. I would love to go for the low-hanging fruit. Like Lauren said, this is political theater. So I would say, hey, man, 29 rounds of federal judges have been appointed, 154, and one of them's here tonight. Please take a bow. Ketanji Brown, Jack, put it in their face, because see, them nuts may go off like loaded bombs. When you see, you know, they're going to get mad. Lauren Boebert may start shouting. You need to dramatize the fact, while y'all talking about me not shooting down balloons, when exactly would you all have let that 2,000 pounds of payload fall? We waited till they got to the sea. And by the way, the biggest threat to internal security in the United States of America is if we don't raise the debt ceiling. You know China holds a lot of those bonds, right? I would draw the bright line between the common enemies of our humanity in that chamber and the rest of us. And Tyree Nelson people are there. You say, hey, we couldn't get it done. We had people on our side who were obstructionists. But I want to thank those of you who did get certain things done, like the infrastructure bill, like the Inflation Reduction Act. And I want to point out that the people of Jackson, Mississippi, gonna get their pipes fixed as long as we understand that our common humanity is bigger than the things that divide us. In other words, I would make them own their nut fringe, whether he runs or not tonight. Well, I doubt he's going to do that. But.
This is a live video. Audio up, please. This is live video of President Joe Biden entering the House chamber. You see it? Audio up, please. So, of course, you know how it normally happens. Of course, folks standing along the aisle greeting him. Behind him, of course, is Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. You see Frederica Wilson there as well. You don't see her in her customary hat. The reason you don't, because the Republicans changed the rules outlawing the wearing of hats on the floor. Remember, Congressman Jamie Raskin told him he's battling cancer, and he told them he will defy their rules because he's been wearing a hat because he's wearing cancer. They even wanted him to remove it. He said absolutely not. So that's why you couldn't see there. You see President Biden there greeting several of the Supreme Court justices who are there, including Chief Justice John Roberts. If you see the shot, we'll see who else is there. Is Clarence there? Alito? Gotcha. Just curious.
How about that?
So again, you see behind him Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, who is there behind President Joe Biden as well. Y'all see that brother in the Air Force uniform right there? Excuse me, Scott. That's the Air Force Chief of Staff, 4-star. That's an alpha man you see right there, Scott. I just want to let you know that. Just want to let you know that, Scott. I just want to let you know that's an alpha man. But I just want to let you know. See, here's the deal, though. Alphas don't have to wear black and gold for you know that's an alpha. So I just want to let you know that. I want to let you know that.
There goes the alpha man.
I'm just saying. And Scott, you weren't even sharp enough to say Hakeem Jeffries is one of your Kappa brothers. See, you weren't. No, actually they don't. Actually they don't. So you see him making his way to the podium there. Those are folks who are in the gallery there in the box, First Lady's box. The White House released the list of those names a little bit earlier. Melanie Campbell, real quick, as he approaches the podium, he does not have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi sitting behind him. He has Kevin McCarthy. Do you expect to see this president get aggressive with Republicans tonight, or is going to expect a conciliatory tone? What are your thoughts?
Well, one of the things is that we have that black woman, Vice President Kamala Harris, right next to him. Someone said earlier day from the Hill that there was no woman standing behind him. But last I checked, the Vice President is the President of the Senate. So he does have diversity and a powerful black woman standing behind him. She was not invisible.
Well, that was reported from the Hill, but it's the Hill for a reason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. Say it again, Bill.
Get the clerk.
That's right. Howard University Law School.
President of the United States.
And there's that, Dr. Carr.
That's right. There she goes.
All right, folks. So there's always that official introduction, and then the president will then begin to deliver his remarks. A little bit earlier, he gave copies of his speech to Speaker of the House McCarthy and Vice President Harris. All right, here we go.
Thank you. Please. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress. By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of our military, Chief Justice, Associate Justice, and retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. You know, I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you. And I want to congratulate the new leader of the House Democrats, the first African-American minority leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest-serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch? And congratulations to Chuck Schumer, another, another term as Senate Minority Leader. I think only this time you have a slightly bigger majority, Mr. Leader, and you're the majority leader. About that much bigger? Yeah, well, I tell you what, I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Folks, the story of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never, ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country that has emerged from every crisis we've ever entered stronger than we got into it. Look, folks, that's what we're doing again. 2 years ago, the economy was reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs, more jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years, because of you all, because of the American people. 2 years ago, COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much, and today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in the Civil War, and today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. As we gather here tonight, we're writing the next chapter in the great American story, a story of progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I say I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. It came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came together to pass the most significant law ever, helping victims exposed to toxic burn pits. And in fact, it's important. And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming president, from reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, the Electoral Count Reform Act, the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry the person you love. And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think folks, you all are as formed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out in more than, and not one administration, but for a long time. Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs move overseas. Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. Along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, folks, so let's look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low. A near record unemployment. Near record unemployment for black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, your help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million. And by the way, every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have access to capital and the historic laws we enacted that are going to just come into being. Standing here last year, I shared with you a story of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything, from cell phones to automobiles and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. We used to make 40% of the world's chips. In the last several decades, we lost our edge. We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what happened during the pandemic when chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips, each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up, people got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. Folks, I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs without this law, before the law kicks in. With this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country. throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres, literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree. Jobs. Because we work together, these jobs where people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity. And it's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses. So much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors, Democrats and Republicans, and they'll tell you what this means for their communities. We're seeing these field of dreams transform to the heartland. But to maintain the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world. And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean it sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, I've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans, and from both states, to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built Cincinnati's skyline. Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it, we're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards that require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, and American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listening to me tonight, I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives at home. For example, too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to have? You get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring health care costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It costs the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. So many things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed the law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicaid. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, and Big Pharma's still going to do very well, I promise you all. I promise you they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. Costs, out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10,000, $11,000, $14,000, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. If drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money, it cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars, because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why wouldn't we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, if you try anything to raise the cost of prescription drugs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, saving millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to New Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, as I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBEW workers. And we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy-efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren, to confront it. I'm proud of how America, at last, is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin. Look, I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist, but pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, it's simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them. 15%. That's less than a nurse pays. And let me be crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do. We have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 in the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look. I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported its profits, record profits? Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells and all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade, and that's going to exceed and beyond that. We're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding their CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments. They'll still make considerable profit. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. That's being fiscally responsible. In the last 2 years, my administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion, the largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. So some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks, the idea is that we're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be spent. All right. We got unanimity. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck they started. So tonight, let's all agree, and we apparently are, let's stand up for seniors. Stand up and show them. We'll not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people. They earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well. I really mean it. Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription. Look, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill that cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Pass the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage. My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We've reduced exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8. Look, junk fees may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost you up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts. The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for a family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being. We're tired of being played for suckers. So pass the Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long, workers have been getting stiffed, but not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements for the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth. And I must tell you, this is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act, because businesses have a right, workers have a right to form a union. And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage. Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things, we increase productivity. We increase economic growth. So let's finish the job and get more families access to affordable, quality housing. Let's get seniors who want to stay in their homes the care they need to do so. Let's give more breathing room to millions of family caregivers looking after their loved ones. Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care and services they need. And support the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for, and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it, universal in the last century, we made the best educated, best paid, we became the best educated, best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. Any nation that out-educates is going to out-compete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of the 21st century. We want to have the best educated workforce. Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities starting in high school. Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks, in the midst of the COVID crisis, when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up, and soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving, children orphaned. Empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much. It matters. It matters. Look, COVID left its scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children, I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. The faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and character that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. When police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, folks, it's difficult, but it's simple. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise to this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts that we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did. Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades. That includes things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero. Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side. His mom's side when she was dying from cancer. And Brandon now works at a dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close, and he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestled a semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed 11 people in another dance studio. 11. He saved lives. It's time we do the same. Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now. Once and for all. I led the fight to do that in 1994. In 10 years, that ban was law and mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the People's House, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade. Give every woman a consular right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. But already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching. I spoke from this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. A murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, a test for America, a test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? Would we stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Would we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people. Tonight, we're once again joined by Ukrainian's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here, we're united in our support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? Thank you. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominated. Investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. Well, when I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but never believed it. That's why a year ago I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law, making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed the Heath Robinson PACT Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran whose story about exposure to toxic burn kits I shared here last year. I understand something about those burn pits, but there's so much more to do. We can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared the story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school. It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse pain." Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. Big, you got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder at the border. Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more on mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma, we owe them greater access to mental health care at their schools. We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting they're doing running children for profit. It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online, ban targeted advertising to children, and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford the rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here of the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than all the people being killed in the wars. Folks, VA is doing everything it can, including expanding mental health screening, proven programs that recruits veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need. We got to do more. And fourth, last year, Jill and I reignited the cancer moonshot that I was able to start with President Obama asked me to lead our administration on this issue. Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and the daughter of immigrants from Panama. They met and fell in love in New York City and got married in the same chapel Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter, Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, giving a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. And he read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey. and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl. It meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month. They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House tonight, and she's not asleep already. For the lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost, let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought big. He thought large. He moved. I believe we can do the same thing with cancer. Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things: our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. The last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie assailed and unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong and as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best: optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea, the only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity, but we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon to the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
President Biden delivers his second State of the Union address. You see there, he, of course, greeting the vice president there as well, and, of course, shaking the hand there of the House clerk and the staff. Quite a feisty President Joe Biden, many times during that speech looking directly at Republicans, challenging them on several issues. I thought it was certainly smart of him to challenge them, specifically on Social Security. They begin to booze like, oh, I guess y'all don't want to cut it, huh? Baited them into that. You see him there on the floor just shaking hands with Senator Raphael Warnock as he was there as well. Of course, again, you're talking about a speech. Normally they spend lots of time focusing on how long it was, whatever the hell. State of the Union is going to be always long, so I'll leave that crap to CNN and the rest of them folks. But several things, obviously, he hit on most of the speech, the first half of the speech, talking about accomplishments in terms of what he was able to do. The through line throughout the speech was, let's finish the job. That seemed to be him repeating that mantra several times over. Normally, of course, in these speeches, you always see them wanting to have the human element, recognizing folks who are there in the audience with the First Lady. You saw him doing that several times. You see he's there talking with Congressman Greg Meeks of New York there. And, of course, you have Congresswoman Maxine Waters looking to make her way to the front to shake the president's hand. He's spending lots of time talking to folks, obviously, on his side of the aisle. Looks like most Republicans have cleared out. They couldn't wait to get out of there. And so Democrats are, of course, doing their part. He did talk about, of course, the very emotional point there with the family of Tyree Nichols, the mother and the father there. And he talked about police reform. We're going to get into that as well. Toward the end of the speech, he mentioned voting rights. It was a quick mention, nothing substantive there as well. Let's go to Melanie Campbell. Going to go to you first, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. That has to be disappointing, Melanie, that he virtually spent no time pushing Congress to take action when it comes to voting in this country.
Yeah, I thought it was a very strong speech, but that was missing. When he talked about reproductive rights, very important. And when you talk about democracy and the attack on democracy, and not mention, I do believe that was the very thing that I think that was a major miss in my book. But it was a great, strong speech, a lot of great coverage, and I liked him going straight at the folks. That's like being, you got folks and looking them in the eye. And that was really important as well, that he showed he is not scared, as they say. But I think that voting rights should have been mentioned, very, very much so.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I'm always one for challenging folks directly. That's always important there in terms of being able to hit folks just where they are on Makonga. When you think about, when we talked about insulin, that was one of the things there. And I can't think of anybody who lives in those Republican districts who are dealing with health issues who would not mind having insulin capped at $35. Mm-hmm. You saw Republicans sitting on their hands. Yep. In essence, what the contrast there was the president saying, look who's with Big Pharma and look who isn't.
Absolutely. And when he talks about let's get the job done, what he talked about tonight, this is what he needs to do across the country. He needs to take the message to all of Americans, especially these rural folks and Republicans, to let them know that the policies I'm putting in place are benefiting you. When he's talking about not only the insulin, but even when he talked about the infrastructure. Like, these guys can't benefit from good roads and good bridges and good schools and reconstruction of that type of sort. And so if he can go with this type of message, really take it home to the people and drive it, he can actually, and like you said, he saw the Republicans who are there, they didn't stand up for any of that. So he can literally say, the people you are supporting, who are you really going to get out there and claim when it's time to vote? Because you know these guys are going to come and claim what I did anyway.
Right, yep.
They're trying to get paid off the path I laid, but I'm the one who's actually making it happen. So we need to get this job done. He needs to take that across the country, him, Harris, and the whole party. Take it to the face.
Recently in his speech, he said, I'll be there for the ribbon cutting ceremony. That's what they should do.
Yeah.
I thought one of the greatest mistakes that President Obama did was they did not take proper credit for that first bill that they signed in 2009. And they allowed the narrative to get established that it was a failed bill. They gave Republicans everything they wanted. It was filled with tax cuts, and a significant number of tax cuts in it. And so, to me, smart politics is wherever there is a ribbon cutting for an infrastructure project that member of Congress voted against, he should be sending, either he should be there or the vice president should be there or a cabinet member should be there to remind folks and actually remind them who didn't vote for it and who did.
That's right.
And that's exactly what they're doing, actually. It doesn't get the same coverage as these tawdry, gossipy, behind closed door, and the way, insider stories, but Vice President Kamala Harris was just breaking ground on lead pipes with Secretary Michael Regan, EPA Administrator Michael Regan, rather. And we see Biden and them out there.
But who do they tell? Who? That's the thing for me. Who the hell do they tell? And I mean, that's the biggest thing for me is if you're doing it, who are you telling it? How are you servicing it? How are you pushing out video? How in the hell are you pushing out photos? They don't do that. And so you might be there, but what they're doing is they're banking on media showing up. No, bring your own damn cameras.
Well, I think the problem with the administration is they believe that they can win the war organically. They try to engage influence, they try to engage certain media, but you're up against a machine that is deliberately pushing out disinformation, misinformation. I've talked about this so many times. There's a whole organized chaos machine. It's not just the Republican Party. It's foreign operatives. It's people who get clicks off of being inflammatory and pushing a negative narratives. That's what they're up against.
Okay,
That's
so the perfect example,
motive.
she was there with Michael Regan when?
It was last week.
Gotcha, last week. All right, so let me go to the vice president. No, here's a perfect example. So, I'm just trying to illustrate for folks so they can understand again how this works. Let's see here. Go to my iPhone. So I'm on the vice president's Twitter page. Let me slide over here to media. Let me click media. Okay, and let's go to media. Okay, so we got that. We got photos. I'm looking for last week. Let's see here. That's a day ago. Again, I'm seeing photos.
Well, she does do a lot. You're saying she does do a lot.
Right.
These are all
I'm
different
seeing
appearances.
that. And so here we go. All right, this is 4 days ago. They make the largest investment in America's water infrastructure in history. Okay, we got a photo.
She had an entire summit with different leaders.
But here's my whole deal. It's a Twitter page. Where the video? Where the clips? How are you kicking those out? And then that way somebody can grab those and retweet those and push those things out. Again, if you're complaining that you're not getting the coverage, then what you do is you actually drive your own coverage for folks to actually pick it up. This is the weakness to me and this. They keep putting out white papers. Ain't nobody reading you've been talking about this for the longest. Ain't nobody reading a 3 page white paper on what in the hell you did. You're gonna be putting out memes, graphics, video. It ain't that damn hard.
They have been doing a better job of the graphics, but what they don't understand is that people don't see what you put out on your page because they're not interacting with it because their algorithms are showing them gossip and sports and a number of things. They have to pay to promote their materials. The same way I see Il Makiage every other line. I see Procter Gamble every other line.
Which means the white, they have budgets, or you utilize the DNC, you utilize that to actually do that.
Yeah.
But that's part of the deal here. It is everything goes back to establishing the narrative. That's what it boils down to. I don't care who you're talking about. It's establishing the narrative. And when you allow other people to frame the narrative, they're always going to win. You have to be able to rebut that. I saw something earlier today was like one of the Biden advisors said he made a mistake by not going on Tucker Carlson's show dealing with COVID. I'm like, absolutely. Okay, damn your critics. I believe, look, I ain't afraid to go after nobody. Pick a show, I'll be there. Because again, they count on you saying no. They want you to say no. When you say yes, it's like, oh, damn, now I'm going to actually talk to them. Because they're coming here. And that's what they actually don't do. Hold tight 1 second. We're going to continue our conversation about President Joe Biden's State of the Union address. Reddit Hudson, we're going to be talking with him about his thoughts of what he had to say about police reform. I got something to say. White House, y'all ain't going to like it, but tough, it needs to be said about what he said about police reform in his speech. We'll talk about that and more as you're watching the Black Star Network's exclusive coverage on President Joe Biden's State of the Union address. Ain't nobody else in black media having this conversation right now. They probably show some sitcoms on other networks. And, of course, those other black websites, they probably talk about gossip, as you were talking about. That ain't what we do. And so we're having the real conversation, keeping you informed about what's going on. You're watching the Black Star Network. We'll be back in a moment.
Most people think that these television shows that tell stories about who we are as black men, and then they paint these monolithic portraits of us, they think that they're being painted by white people. And I gotta tell you, there are a whole bunch of black folk that are the creators, the head writers, the directors of all of these shows, and that are still painting us as monoliths. People don't really want to have this conversation.
No, they don't. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. All right, y'all, welcome to the after party. That's how we do it here. Of course, the blackest show out here. You will not see this many black people at one time on, hell, you ain't gonna see all the networks combined. Hell, this many black people talking about President Biden's State of the Union address. Hell, it'd take them a whole week to have this many black people talking about it. We'll continue our conversation discussing what, of course, what he had to say. Dean, I'm going to go to you. I thought one of the worst moments for the Republicans tonight, when the president says, I'm going to order all construction materials on infrastructure projects to be made in America, they all sit their ass down. I'm like, okay, now damn, I get, okay, Republicans and Democrats, but how the hell you don't stand up on that one?
Right, but Roland, you've been in town long enough, you know that.
Hold up, my phone.
Pardon. You've been in town long enough. You know the political dance that's played. So yes, Republicans typically stand and clap for anything USA made in America. This was being pitched by Biden, so there's a jaundiced skepticism to it. But we know how this. We know.
I get the game.
You know what I
mean?
mean?
But you can't say. You can't always yell "Made in America."
Right. No, I agree.
And not at least on that one.
Right.
Go.
But for us
you
to
know
sit,
what?
for us to sit here in this room of lovely black people, and you're right, you will not find this many black people on any post SOTU conversation. But for us to pretend that it is that does not happen, it does happen, and and so Republicans aren't going to stand. I'm not saying it's right.
But if a Republican president
this
said,
is the political theater that we
I get that. But the Republican president said, I'm going to require all items to be bought in America. I'm like, damn good thing. I mean, how
would that be a bad thing?
I mean, are we so controlled by theater that?
But Democrats are controlled by theater as well, and I will not sit. I won't practice selective outrage. They should have clapped on pro-America, Made in America.
But what is that to oppose when you talk about buying in America? That's like buy black, a bunch of black people. What is there to oppose?
There's nothing to oppose. I think that one of the issues.
Why do you think that they didn't applaud?
Because it is political theater, and it is what happened. So I'm not going. And so for me to sit and to pretend that there's some sort of the anti-American theme, I'm
not saying it's an anti-American thing. What I'm saying
is because Biden said it.
No, here's the whole deal. Here's the whole point. If you're gonna stand up as the chamber when he talks about Tyree Nichols, they sit up on that. What I'm saying is there are always moments in a State of the Union where everybody stands up. I'm just saying, if you're gonna talk, if you have this infrastructure bill that was, 1 point whatever trillion dollars, okay, and you're saying we want to buy all the construction materials in America, to me, that's a freebie. I don't think any conservative commentator, any Republican voter is going to say, you know what, you shouldn't have stood your ass up on that one. I just don't think.
I get that's a laudable point. They should have stood. Absolutely. I think one of the things that can I make a couple points. When we were going into the speech, I at least talked about, will this be an area where President Biden will make the case for Democrats, you all in the room, to be able to support him?
First of all, not anybody in this room Democrats.
Okay, many of you in the room, to support him in 2024. And I think that he did make the case to a certain extent for Democrats to champion him. I think he'll have a little bump because he hit all of the points that will gin up Democrats and that will kind of make conservatives and Republicans uncomfortable. He talked about reproductive rights. I'm with Fannie Lou Hamer, who calls reproductive rights legalized murder. He talked about issues of
Fannie Hamer, who had a hysterectomy at the hands of the doctors.
Come on, tell the whole story.
Absolutely,
it's tough.
Absolutely,
it's tough.
But she still was very clear about when I think of legacy values, she was very clear about her opinion on abortion.
Let's walk through the history.
No, let's walk through the history. Let's walk through all of her speeches.
Don't do that to Fannie Lou Hamer.
Let's walk through all of her.
Did she have 19 children?
Let's walk through all of her speeches, all of her discourse on that. But what I'm saying is that he was very clear about what he needed to do for Democrats. And this speech did nothing. He always talks about being the president of unity. This speech, while it was rallying and it did not hit the mark of unity.
Dina, hold on. Wait. Hold up. Well, I'm gonna do this here. Hold up. Wait. Hold up. That ain't true.
Yeah.
I mean,
What specifically? What's not true?
Okay, first of all, I'm about to walk it down.
Okay.
But I think Greg wants to respond.
No, I don't really
You
have.
sure?
I mean,
okay.
This is a white nationalist party. Let me be, no. I'm not going to engage in a rhetorical back and forth. The reason they didn't stand up is because at that point, by that time of the speech, Biden had walked them up and down, and they had stood up a couple of times. He drove them into a ditch. Right. You see.
I disagree with you.
He was speaking, well, no, let's be very clear about this. First of all, this speech was a campaign speech.
It was a campaign speech.
Like every State of the Union, but now we're in it, and he ended
It was a
with...
campaign speech because you have a president who 68% of his party does not want him to run again.
Actually, it's not.
Let's be very...
First of all, it's not 68. The ABC Washington Post poll is 58, not 68.
What I'm saying is...
I'm just going to give a factual deal here.
58%.
But let me say this here, okay? The first third of the speech, he consistently said what we did in a bipartisan way.
That's exactly.
No. You said he didn't talk about unity.
No, I said he's the unity president.
No. I'm going to state fact.
Signed over 300 pieces.
You know, we are often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over these past 2 years, we proved the cynics and the naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty, and yes, there were times when Democrats had to go it alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together. Came together to defend a stronger and safe Europe. Came together to pass a once-in-a-generation infrastructure law, building bridges to connect our nation and people. Came together to pass one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans exposed to toxic burn. No. Hold up, no. Because if you're going to say he didn't offer a unity message, I'm going to respond with what he actually said. He said, in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan laws since becoming president, from reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act to the Electoral Count Reform Act to the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry persons you love. To my Republican friends, if we could work together in the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together in this new Congress. How is that not unity if he lays out what we did bipartisan?
I agree. You clearly read the things that he talked about that were unifying. There were many messages in this speech that will strike conservatives and Republicans as lack of unity.
Because when you are the president,
let's talk about that.
Actually, Melanie, hold on. When you're the president of the United States and you have your priorities, you would do that. But to say he did not speak about unity, he literally led with it.
And so let me say this. He talked about these areas of unity, but from me as a conservative and a Republican, recognizing that those are two not necessarily the same things, but as a conservative and a Republican, for me, his message, there were many things that were so for his base that and for his 2024 election.
But isn't that what you do? Hold on.
No, give us some examples.
Hold on a second. Melanie, your comment. But that's kind of like, but that's actually what presidents do.
Democrats get up and do this conciliatory thing. Republicans never do that. When did Trump ever do that?
I think you can't.
So why would he value? Why does the Democratic Party have to be conciliatory? And then the Trump people never do that. So what do we do?
We will not use Trump as an example of conciliatory.
Why not? Why not? He was a Republican president.
And he's running again.
Okay, all right. Go back to 8 years of George W. Bush. Did he not offer Republican ideas?
Yes.
Was he Mr. Unity?
I don't think he billed himself as Mr. Unity. He certainly was more.
Oh my God! No. Here's the real deal. Republican. I see it on Fox News all the time.
Right.
Republicans try to go, oh, he called himself Mr. Unity. Right. Every president says, I'm the president for all Americans. That's a unity message. Hold on one second, Melanie Campbell. Hold on, Melanie Campbell.
Thank you. And Roland, basically, you made the point. Some of the points I wanted to make. At the end of the day, this president ran on a platform. And he ran on issues and priorities that people, the majority of the American people voted for him on, including some Republicans, not all for sure. And so I think it would be disingenuous not to, in his State of the Union speech, address the very some of the key areas I stated in the beginning. I think he should have spoke about voting rights. But he talked about the PRO Act, the right to form a union, those kinds of issues that for Black people in this country who we were able to make it into the middle class through many of those came through unionized jobs. Being part of where we talk about wage stagnation, that comes from not having the ability to have the right to organize and bargain for livable wages. And so I think that in itself, I felt that he was very genuine, and I want you to be real. Now, do I agree with everything you say? I think you could have said more and be more direct about the George Floyd justice. That you're going to fight for that no matter what. You talked about it, but you didn't say that the George Floyd bill. I think that was a little miss. But I think it's very important that everything that I got as I sat here and watched along with all of you is that my phone was people, all the kinds of things, and people were like, the speech was strong because he just showed us who Joe Biden is.
That's exactly
it was like, go Joe.
That's
show us you got some back. So we be able to stand up. That's what people want to see. Do you have some fight in you? And
exactly. And it was his 2024. And it was his 2024 campaign speech. That's what he needed to do for 2024.
Hold on. Melly, finish your point.
Any of that, it is like we all we can be respectful and disagree. But at the end of the day, the people who voted for him 4 years, 2.5 years ago, are looking to see whether they want to if he decides to run, whether they're going to vote for him again. And if you ran on a platform, then you need to stand up for that platform.
That's right.
And especially in a State of the Union address.
Melanie Campbell, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you so very much. Lauren Victoria Burt, to Melanie's point, folk wanted to see a fighting Joe Biden, and he was.
He was the old man. He was the old relative giving a lecture to the young kids, staring right at the Republicans. And quite frankly, I'm sitting here shocked. I didn't expect him to be this good. There were moments in there of perfection. That Social Security moment back and forth where he made them get up was perfection.
Exactly.
You could see that they sat there in the White House and they said, you know what? Let's punk their asses. Let's get them standing up when they don't want to stand up. Usually when we watch the State of the Union rolling, it's a laundry list. It's boring. It's the same thing over and over, the same format. Every single president, even Obama, who's gifted speaker, he was given to that sort of format. He broke that. He broke that model tonight. He punked them. He had that rhetorical flourish, as Greg brought up. He would introduce something, he'd step up to the line, and boom, pop them, and then they had to get up. You saw McCarthy get confused several times.
On the Social Security thing, he lost his right. That's the minute he might have lost his speakership.
There was so, I wanted more blackety-black stuff. I wanted more blackety-black. I wanted more details on George Floyd, but I will say, there were a few moments in there of perfection.
Absolutely.
See, Eric, I think what was important again because the Republicans have been saying, "Oh, you're lying about the Social Security." When he said no, and then when he said, "Call me, I'll send you the examples," but he said, "There's some of your members who have been saying this," and then they were like, "No." They went, "Oh, so I guess we're not going to give him Social Security." I mean, he literally baited them into it, and now they're like, "Damn, no, wait, it's all on camera now."
That's all on camera. And those people, the constituents that they represent, are going to be calling them about that. Joe Biden snatched edges. Period.
He did.
He really did. And I said to Greg, I think he listened to you because that is really what everybody has been pining to see. Even his haters. Like, oh shit, like we really do have to compete and run against him. You absolutely do. And that was something that people will have to sit with.
In fact, I want to make this one because the Republicans are against capping insulin, correct?
They are?
Yes.
When well, tonight they are. That was basically a clip speak. In other words, the campaign started tonight, whether he runs or not. When he caught Chip Roy's ass standing up and then froze him there. No, stay there. On the insulin. See, these people, some of y'all, and he was kept looking at, some of y'all got insulin. Some of y'all got diabetes. And he kept making that point. Many people in this room. He's talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene's electorate. He's talking to Chip Roy's electorate. You open traders in this house, we have capped insulin at $35 a dose when it takes them $10 to $13 to make it. And you're going to be on the record, and we're going to run this clip, because most people are not going to watch the State of the Union.
Right.
That was a series of short burst, 10 to 30-second clips that they are now going to repackage and make these people own their rejection of their working class.
That's if they know how to do it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I'm going to break in 30 seconds, but I'm going to say what they have to do, which is what I specifically said to President Obama directly. Do not, if you talk about the point about insulin, don't go to some damn suburb in Ohio or Virginia.
That's right.
What Joe Biden needs to do, and what President Biden and Vice President Harris need to do, go to the brokest,
that's right,
sickest,
that's right,
whitest,
that's right,
highest diabetes county in a red state,
yes,
and tell them y'all are spending $500 a month for insulin,
right?
And I'm trying to cap it at 35, and your senator and your congressman is with Big Pharma. Who should you support?
No question.
They have. You have to go to the belly of the beast, and the data is there. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm going to a break. We're going to pick it up when we come back. We're also going to talk about police reform and some of the other issues. President Joe Biden's State of the Union speech tonight before Congress. We'll be back on Black Star Network in a moment.
Man. Who could be
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. An hour of living history with Dr. Richard Mariba Kelsey, thinker, builder, author, and one of the most important and impactful elders in the African American community. He reflects on his full and rich life and shares his incomparable wisdom about our past, present, and future.
African genius is saying that my uncle was a genius, my brother was a genius, my neighbor was a genius. I think we ought to drill that in ourselves and move ahead rather than believing that I got it.
That's next on the Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
Next on Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach. Listen to this. Women of color are starting 90% of the businesses in this country. That's the good news. The bad news, as a rule, we're not making nearly as much as everyone else. But joining us on the next Get Wealthy episode is Betty Hines. She's a business strategist, and she's showing women how to elevate other women.
I don't like to say this openly, but we're getting better at it. Women struggle with collaborating with each other. And for that reason, one of the things that I demonstrate in the sessions that I have is that you can go further together if you collaborate.
That's right here on Get Wealthy, only on Black Star Network.
Reeves ain't doing that. Tate Reeves is not doing it in Mississippi. And so what I'm saying is this here. No. What I'm saying is this here. When I listen to Republicans talk about being pro-life, what I want to know is where their pro-life stances when it comes to Head Start. Right. Where their pro-life stances when it comes to prenatal care. Right. Where their pro-life stances when you have black women who have a high rate of dying in childbirth. Where are your pro-life policies when it comes to infant mortality? What I'm saying is when you are a Republican in the state of Mississippi and you push a law and the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade and you are ill-prepared to handle the 5,000 new babies, maybe because the money that you could care for the poor went to Brett Favre.
That's right.
And all I want to see is the governor of Mississippi who's opposing Medicaid expansion, seeing rural hospitals shut down in his state, and you got white women and black women who are dying, and Republicans control the legislature. They control the governor's mansion, so don't tell me they are pro-life when they are unwilling to accept Medicaid expansion, but then they say we don't want to accept federal money from the federal government when they send $1 to the federal government and they get $4 back.
When you look at this concept, what you're saying to me right now is that because you believe that Republicans are not supporting pro-living, I disagree. I look at the Republican support for community health centers. I look at the Republicans trying
Where?
Everywhere, Roland.
South Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Arkansas, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama.
Exactly.
They all are against Medicaid expansion and rural hospitals. Are you telling me rural hospitals? Are you literally telling me that rural hospitals in Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina are not shutting down? Are you actually telling me that?
I am not telling you that, but
so
what
therefore,
I am saying...
if they're shutting down, how then are the people able to get care? How?
Roland, what I am saying is that there are, when we talk about aborting babies, so you're saying to me that because we support life, actually giving babies the opportunity to live, I'm confused.
Baby born. I'm so confused. First of all, hold up. You're confused because you think I'm saying something that I'm not.
Well, tell me what you're saying.
What I'm telling you, I'm being very clear. You cannot say you are pro-life when you vote against prenatal care for the mother. You cannot say you are pro-life when you vote against Head Start. Right. You cannot say you are pro-life when you do not want to expand Medicaid to keep hospitals open. You cannot say you are pro-life when you have OBGYNs who are not available in your state. You cannot say you are pro-life when you have black women who are dying at a higher rate during childbirth and you do nothing public policy-wise to fix it. You cannot say you are pro-life if you allow infant mortality rates to be sky high in areas where there are black and brown people. What that tells me is you are anti-abortion. You are not pro-life. Because if you are pro-life, you care about the child in the womb and when the child is out. And if you are pro-life, you are standing there with black folks when their kids are killed by cops. You are not silent. So if you are pro-life, be pro-life from the womb to the tomb, but not just in the womb.
Okay, and so Roland, what I say is that I am pro-life.
No, you are.
No,
but not Governor Tate Reeves, not Governor Lee of Tennessee, not the Republican legislature in North Carolina, not Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, not Governor Kemp in Georgia. No, here's the deal, though.
Okay,
you
let
are.
me ask you this.
But show me where your Republican politicians are pro-life in their policies.
Let me ask you this.
You know what I am? I'm pro-black, and I'm going to call out anybody who call themselves pro-life, but their policies are not.
And I am pro-life. Let me ask you this. Are you?
Call your party.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Call your party.
Can I, Roland,
call your party.
Can I ask you this?
Call your party.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Call your party.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
Are you pro-life?
I'm pro-life when that black person is killed, and when a Republican.
So let me ask you this.
No. Right. When a Republican says nothing when somebody is gunned down.
Don't use extremes. Republicans do say things when people are gunned down. No, Roland, you can't do that.
No, they don't.
Roland, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry. Those are the same folks who sing out MLK quotes on MLK Day.
Oh my goodness.
But will not support MLK's
Is my mic
agenda.
on? Can you hear me? Okay, so Roland. No, Roland.
You can try this all you want to, Tina, but you know the record is clear.
Oh my goodness.
Your party refuses to accept Affordable Care Act.
Can I ask a couple?
Come on,
we're going to talk about the State of the Union, I suppose, but can I ask a couple of questions about
And every single one of those Republicans stood up for Tyree Nichols' family.
I don't know how this
we'll
is dialogue.
vote for police reform.
I don't know how this is dialogue.
No, Dina,
Okay,
Dina,
so, okay.
Uvalde?
Okay, can I?
I mean, when we got a massive shooting, I don't hear any Republicans talking about a gun. You know, they're wearing their guns on their lapels. Dina, is that pro-life? Is that pro-life? You have an Uzi on
I
your
think that is
lapel.
pro-2A, but let me.
I'm sorry, what's that?
McCarthy clearly deceived.
What I want to, if what I want to say, no one's. I have a chance. First of all, I want to have a conversation about if Republicans are not. No, Roland, you haven't given me a chance.
Are we gonna have a conversation?
Oh my goodness!
About actual
If this is
policies?
actually going to give me a chance to speak, then I will speak.
Dina, you can ask me about being pro-life, about being pro-choice, and I'm telling you what I know is fact.
Oh my goodness!
As a native Texan, what I see from Governor Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, the Republican legislature, what I see are folks who are pushing anti-abortion bills, not pro-life bills. Because if you telling me you pro-life, you better be pro-life in a whole bunch of areas beyond a woman's use. That's the point. That's the point that I am
And when you look at,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Exactly.
They're not pro-life, they're pro-controlling women. That's what it
okay,
right. Or forced birth. I was at HHS when the Affordable Care Act was passed. I worked on implementation. Medicaid expansion was up, and no Republican would expand it. Here we are in 2023. That was 2010. Right. 13 years have gone by.
Republicans have consistently voted to expand support for community health. This is Roland. No.
I'm coming back to you.
Oh my goodness.
I want her to finish.
Okay.
Because she actually worked there. So finish your point. Since you worked there. Hold on, Bill. Finish your point.
I don't understand how this.
I'm gonna let the person who worked there tell us what happened when she worked there.
I worked in governmental affairs with the governors. There was full resistance from Republican governors to expand Medicaid. And to your point earlier, they actually got money from us to expand health services in primarily red states. They wouldn't take it because they didn't want to be known as taking money from President Barack Obama. Right. So if you can say, you're going to say you're pro-life, but you're going to let your community health centers fall, you're going to let women die, forcing them to give birth. Drugs are going up, and you just didn't care. Now they tried to make it a partisan issue, but it was about health care. And to your point earlier, the Affordable Care Act actually did benefit those people in that audience.
Right. And Republicans have consistently
it helped primarily Black people get access to health care.
Okay, Bill and Dina. Bill and Dina.
Okay.
You're gonna talk, Dina. Dina, you're gonna talk. But Bill's gonna talk.
But they went further. The act also said the states, will set up exchanges so that people can buy health care. A Republican idea that people are supposed to buy their own.
Massachusetts by Republican governors, correct.
They refused to set up the exchanges.
Yes.
So the exchanges had to be set up by you.
Yes, which was also difficult, as you all may remember. But we recovered. And then the issue was, it was considered, what was the word that they would say? Like, it was weird. It wasn't, it wasn't real healthcare. It was fake plans. And they did that with red states and states out west with many Latinos who needed healthcare as well. And it was very interesting how up here in the Northeast, we all had healthcare. We had really good plans to choose from. When you went south, you didn't. Exactly. And our people continue to suffer. Republican governors just turned away. And we tried our best to make sure we got people enrolled in health insurance.
And this is one of the points Biden mentioned tonight in his speech.
He did.
Republicans have consistently been in support of expanding support to community health centers. So you're saying that when you were at HHS,
absolutely not. When Barack Obama was president, they wouldn't do anything Barack Obama wanted to do. Are you kidding?
Republicans. So legislation to support community health centers was
that was a key part of the act.
Okay, well,
a key part of the act were the community health centers, and I was at the Department of Labor at the time, and a key component was to train people for those health centers, and including training people. This was in the law.
Okay.
We worked on this.
I'm confused.
Let me just say this.
I'm confused.
I'm
confused. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm confused to have two people
that were there.
The law.
They were there.
You saying that ain't true.
I am as well. I'm confused as well.
Last point. So, to your question about, or your statement about Republicans caring. So when we left, when Obama left office, when our administration left, there were many people in our departments that were specifically designed to implement the Affordable Care Act, they all had to get removed. They all moved to different offices.
And
Many of my friends, people who are career,
This is when Trump came in.
When Trump came in, yes, sorry, thank you, I did not make that point. When Trump came in, we don't need to continue that work.
And remember, they stopped even advertising, signing up for the Affordable Care Act.
Yes, it was very low key, and my former colleagues and friends, they were miserable because they couldn't actually do the work that they were
So now, I'm trying to understand.
If
So
it's led by
they're
him,
telling you they turned the money down for Medicaid expansion, they turned the money down for community health centers. What are you talking about? The GOP supports it.
I'm talking.
Is it in utopia?
No, I'm talking about very specifically, and this is what, like, I don't want to speak to things that you clearly worked there and you have an expertise and a knowledge that I don't have. But what I will say is that what I want to understand, and we will post this because we're Black Press as well. So at bpalivewire.com, I respect you, and you clearly you've worked there. But what I want to understand is, when Republicans made these overtures to not accept this money, I want to understand, because we always have areas where you accept it and something else. Like, we want to make sure that there's a standalone, that Republicans can support community health centers without the stipulations. And I don't so all of these, I don't know. So all these years that I have been even as I sit and meet with legislators and they talk about the 13,000 community health centers that are championed, instead of organizations like Planned Parenthood give the money to community health centers. So if I have been Planned Parenthood is not.
Planned Parenthood is a community health center.
Planned Parenthood
Abortion
is a community
service they provide, but they do health screenings. They do.
But the greatest proportion. No, wait a minute, Roland. You're gonna have to Roland. But you had okay.
Hold up.
You okay, Dominic?
Now let's be real clear.
This is your show. I get it.
Let's be real clear. I am not the one to say no to.
Okay.
Now I'm letting different folks talk, but never tell me no. So when you're talking about community centers, okay?
I can understand.
You were speaking about, which is totally different than what she's talking about, and again, we're talking about what Bill is talking about. The resources that were in there. When you say, oh, we don't want stipulations, that's the whole point. So what you're trying to say is, oh, just give us that little piece we want right there and nothing else. But here's the reality. That ain't how Congress operates. The reality is, this is not the unrestricted funds of COVID, like Biden talked about. This is looking at the health of the people in that state holistically and universally, and not just what y'all like.
Dina, let's get real. The Republican Party was against the Affordable Care Act.
Period.
Well, of course.
We want to play these
No, I'm not going to say that. Did I ever say that they were not?
And we saw tonight, they are against lowering prescription drugs.
I never said that the Republicans.
Get back to the big point about pro-life, pro-choice, and pro-life and pro-health. I mean, how is that pro-life?
Let's deal with this here. Back to tonight. Again, explain to me. I still want to know. Why is the Republican Party against lowering prescription drugs?
I don't think that the Republican Party is against lowering prescription drugs. I think that the question is, how are we going to pay for it?
Right.
But this is a great point.
Again,
this is the great point.
Greg,
I'm just going to say this real quick. He was speaking there tonight, but he's really putting in the clips for the war over the next 24 months. Let me be very specific.
Right.
When he first, and me and Eric were laughing about this, whoever wrote that section in there on those junk fees needs a raise. See, what's going to happen is, imagine this, there's going to be a 2-minute ad with people frustrated at the airport checkout line, with people looking at their cable bill, because he don't know a damn thing about paying no cable bill. But he's talking to very targeted, it's almost like micro-targeting voters. He didn't spend a lot of time on the culture wars, abortion and all that, because that's not going to poll well. But what he seeded in there, the class warfare he snuck in there, when it comes to quadrupling the taxes on the stock buybacks, was for a commercial on rising gas prices. Because they're going to say somebody at the pump, somebody word, and then Joe Biden's voice going to come in and say, I am going to tax the people who he's giving.
$200 billion in profits.
Exactly.
Last year alone.
He's making commercials. Finally, I'll end with this, because it was a speech, but most people don't watch this. When they're not into policy like this, they're going to watch the commercials that come out over the next 12 months. Right. I'll end with this. I think it's very important. The dignity of work. He kept coming back with that. Right. Who he's talking to is the people who are going to vote. The reason that he's not trying to expand the base now, because Joe Biden and his advisors know very clearly that most people in this country have checked out. They are micro-targeting to win primaries, to win the general election. And guess what? He did not say a word about how he's going to pay for it in terms of dollars.
No, he did.
Right.
No, but he did.
But I'm saying, go ahead.
But he did.
Explain that, because I was about to say.
Wait. I'm going to
But let the economist tell it.
I'm going to a break. We come back. Bill, you're going to explain that part about how he said he's going to pay for it. I know that Cliff Albright, Reddit Hudson, Tiffany Lofton, we got them on as well. We're going to talk about, again, the police reform aspect of it, the most emotional moment of the night when we introduced Tyree Nichols' family. So a lot more to cover it. I told y'all, Jake Tapper can't do this. No. Rachel Maddow them, they ain't having this conversation. And so this the conversation that we all had growing up in black families where we kept it real and we kept it honest. But here's the deal, because my grandparents taught me, bring your ass to the conversation, start lying, you're gonna get eaten up. So they told us, don't come in here selling wolf tickets because it ain't gonna play. So we gonna keep having this debate. I gotta go to a break. We gotta pay some bills, girl. But it's called paying some bills. Your mom, an executive producer, she know how this works. You gotta pay some bills. So think about that pound cake. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. It's special. State of the Union post coverage. Back in a moment. That's fine. That's fine.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
An angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Table with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
We're back with our post, State of the Union coverage on the Black Star Network. Bill, you want to make a point about what Biden's talked about in his speech economically, how he was going to pay for things. Go.
Well, this is what I thought that he did very well. He led with a clear statement, I'm going to lay out my fiscal plan. And he said, by the way, it's going to reduce the deficit.
That's right.
So he's telling you up front I'm paying for what I'm going to propose. I am going to reduce the deficit. This is very important for the current craziness we have over the debt ceiling, which is different than the deficit. So it's already the case that federal spending is declining because this was already designed in the budget he laid out from the very beginning back after he got elected.
Right.
Yes, we were going to spend more in 2022 to make sure we would recover the economy, but immediately in 2023, spending collapses. We have cut spending at a faster rate than when we demobilized from Vietnam.
He also said in the speech, when he said that by having the freedom to now negotiate prescription drug prices, that is going, he said, because if they're now buying drugs cheaper, that's going to lower how much we're spending, which lowers the deficit. So therefore, how can you be against negotiating prescription drug prices?
Yes, these were excellent points he raised, that a lot of the things that he's proposing cut the deficit. And this is what he did in the Inflation Reduction Act when we came up with cutting these drug prices. But what he also did, we talked about him calling them on Social Security, was to freeze them because they wanted to have an esoteric conversation about the debt limit. Let's be clear again about what the crisis is. The debt limit is the accumulation of all the deficits, including when that House, many members of that House, voted the biggest tax cut for the richest people on the planet who ever lived on this planet.
That's right.
That's included in the debt. And the point of the debt is y'all already had that vote. You agreed to it. It got signed by a president. It's the law. You agreed this was going to be the debt. That's like you going to the store, pulling out your credit card. Done deal. You already pulled out the credit card. It's too late to argue about, I don't want to pay it. It's too late to say, well, going forward.
Exactly.
And Bill, who do
deal.
the people who pay the credit, who do they owe? Who does the government owe?
We owe the world.
Exactly,
Because
including China, which is the point he was making on the domestic.
Yeah, but let's be clear. The United States has a unique position because we have never, ever defaulted on our debt.
Right.
This is the argument that Hamilton had with Jefferson.
Absolutely. Strong central bank or central finance?
Well, no, it was the issue over would we act as a nation to pay off the Revolutionary War debt, or were we going to tell the world, well, that was New York. Well, that was Massachusetts.
Right.
Well,
That's what I
that
meant.
was Virginia.
Strong
and
central bank,
so a strong nation, a strong currency, we've never defaulted. Even after the British burned the Library of Congress, the U.S. Capitol, and the White House to the ground,
That's right.
we repaid the debt.
That's right.
Never, ever in our history. Even the Civil War, when half the country bolted,
That's right.
and we ran up the biggest debt we had ever done to beat them.
That's right.
We repaid that debt. So we've never defaulted, which is why people hold a U.S. Treasury note. As much as people say, you know, these other countries are older than they are not. Germany is a creation of the 19th century. Italy is a creation in the 19th century. There is no currency older than the United States dollar than the British pound. Those are the two oldest currencies. Our currency in its whole history has never been defaulted. So central banks around the world hold U.S. Treasury notes because it's a sure bet.
And so what he's saying is, don't play games.
Exactly.
You cannot play games with that. You cannot play games with that. And so he froze them.
That's right.
By saying on two things.
And also
One,
reminded them that they passed the Trump tax cuts, which contributed to 25% of
that debt.
Yes, precisely. And they can't say they didn't.
Exactly. And so what he did was he said, my budget is going to reduce the deficit. And by the way, I keep hearing the way that y'all want to do this is you want to cut Social Security, and he just shut them up on that because now they're confronted with, oh, this is not popular. Right. We don't want to say that. Do not accuse us of that. Right. And the reality is that none of them understand how they could possibly do what they think they could do unless they did that. So now it's like, okay, so he's going to cut the deficit in his budget. He's taxing people that nobody likes.
Right.
He talked about the stock buybacks.
That was very interesting. That's as close as he got to Bernie Sanders when he started talking about that group of billionaires that ain't paying nothing. And then 15%, and then he used the white equivalent of bless their heart. God bless them.
and also said triple the taxes on the stock buybacks.
That's what Bill's talking about.
Because on all companies, because the reality is, when you look at what happened, even when they had the tax cut, Trump and his people kept saying, "Oh, these companies are going to reinvest in the American worker," and the CEOs were like, "No, we're not." Straight, they're like, "No, we're not." Go.
I just want to also say that one of the ways that the Biden administration has proposed to pay for some of these things, like he mentioned, to find tax cheats, right, to people who are skimping on their taxes, and you would think that those would be the people who are wealthy. Well, the things that he's not mentioned, the proposals that he's not mentioned, are things like his plan to trigger a 1099-K for people who are in the gig economy who sell something for over $600. Now, that has been, the IRS would actually trigger a 1099-K if you sell your sofa. Previously, that barrier was at $20,000, and maybe $20,000 is too much, but certainly he's not attacking the tax sheets at $600,000.
Okay,
Just wait a minute.
But if you're gonna mention that, you then got to mention, what did the IRS do?
It has. They're still trying to push it. But
No. What did the IRS do?
Right now, it's on hold because of opposition.
No. But is it on hold?
It is on hold.
Okay, but my point is, Dina. Dina, if you're gonna bring something up, you got to bring up what they actually did, so the people who are watching and listening are going, what did they actually do?
Let it be fully clear.
But let me just, so it's on hold, but it is still a part of his plan. It is still something that he wants to do.
This is not about.
It is very much
This is not about little man on the street.
It is $600
Okay, all right, okay.
It means you will have to pay.
It is about.
Oh, 1 second. So, Bill, you say it's not about that. Explain.
No, because it means, yes, you will not have to pay tax on that, which you're supposed to. But what he really did was increase the size of the IRS back to its former size, so that people like Donald Trump don't get off free.
Or the Citadel's Ken Griffin, who, based on ProPublica's reporting, spent $11 million fighting the IRS to keep them from actually looking into the taxes of the rich. But Dina, if you're going to mention the IRS, can you mention? Hold up, Dina. Okay, how about this here, Dina? Should we go after the mega rich who cheat?
Yes, but we should not go. But this particular
proposal. This is not go after somebody who is.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not. Because it makes sure that all transactions are treated fairly. And so for the person who is downstairs working in that restaurant and gets paid a little bit of money, who has to pay their tax, they want to know, why does somebody driving an Uber not have to pay tax? They want to know, why isn't the playing field fair? If I got to show up to work, they show up to work, but then they don't pay tax.
So let me do 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold up one second.
Compared to what's going on.
Okay, 1 second.
Do not divert.
Right.
For
1 second. First of all,
working class people, with the fact that Donald Trump was found guilty, his company was found guilty of cheating on taxes and didn't get audited.
All right, so here's what I'm doing. First of all, I'm putting a pin in this conversation. One of my guests has to leave in a second. I do want to talk about police reform. Reddit Hudson.
Talk about immigration?
No, we ain't talking about immigration. Reddit Hudson leads a police accountability group, so we're going to talk about police accountability. So I know that. So that's what we're going to talk about. Reddit Hudson. The emotional moment of the night, he obviously brings up Tyree Nichols' family. Frankly, he was persuasive. He gave emotion, talked about the talk. But as far as I'm concerned, it was absolutely weak when it came to laying out police reform. He literally said, let's do something. And then segued to Uvalde. So he got the emotional piece, but no, I wanted to hear something stronger when it came to police reform. Your assessment of that part of the speech.
I don't disagree. I think that I'm desensitized, brother, at this point when it comes to presidents or any elected officials commending another black mother for her grace and courage in the aftermath of her child being murdered. The one part of his speech that resonated at all with me is the accountability part. That is the remedy. There is no, to my mind at this point, legislative remedy that can pass. No Republican is going to vote for police reform, as you pointed out earlier. So the remedy is accountability. And it is the best training, as I've said before. Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd. The best training for new Minneapolis police officers is Derek Chauvin spending much of the rest of his life in prison. The best training for new Memphis police officers will be these brothers spending much of the rest of their lives in prison for the murder of Tyree Nichols. I do wish that someone would recognize the fact that we've been here so many times before. It struck me that somebody pointed out that members of the Congressional Black Caucus were wearing pins that had 1870 on them, commemorating the year that the first free black man was murdered by police in America. That was over 150 years ago. This conversation, it's hard to even enter it without understanding that the change that needs to happen systemically, because look, what you saw those brothers do to Tyree Nichols, to my mind, is what you see when black officers both internalize and align themselves with police culture, which itself is rooted in white supremacy. Police culture eats police training for breakfast every day.
Damn.
All
That's
day.
it right there.
What we need is people, and Roland, I sent you something. I want you to look at it when you get a chance. It's a press conference that had me, Dr. DeLacy Davis, who you know, Cheryl Dorsey was on, Rochelle Bilal, black Philadelphia sheriff, talking about, from our perspective, what needs to happen in law enforcement so that we can see the kinds of changes that are required at this point, because it's very difficult. I think contextually, I agree with the panel that you had on tonight. Overall, great State of the Union speech, but in that space right there, I don't know what a president.
I think Reddit froze.
Test redundancy.
Cliff Albright, this is where this president has to be pushed. And this is where folks have got to show up and protest and make demands. This is where civil rights organizations can't just be happy. I'm sorry, let me be real clear. Legacy civil rights organizations, because they purposely freeze groups like you and Until Freedom and the Poor People's Campaign out of those meetings because they don't want y'all in the meetings. Yes, I said that. So to all of the legacy civil rights groups, they don't want Black Voters Matter or Until Freedom or the Poor People's Campaign at the table. That's why they say legacy civil rights groups. The president has to be pushed to be more aggressive, and he must lean in like he did for the infrastructure bill, Cliff.
Yeah, first, let me start off with the good news, right? Clearly Pop took his vitamins today. I wasn't sure that he could stand for more than an hour, let alone give an energetic speech for more than an hour. So I will give him a little props just in terms of, the overall effectiveness of the speech. And a couple of moments in particular, Social Security moment clearly stands out because he did a masterful job of cornering the Republicans, or letting them corner themselves. But to your point, right, and this is important because this is the nexus between that last issue that you were talking about, which was the police reform, and the issue that I was listening most closely for, which was on voting rights. He saved democracy till the very end. He talked about the importance of democracy, right? But he didn't actually say voting rights. He didn't say anything about voting rights legislation, right?
Oh, it was quick.
Every other...
It was quick.
Right. It was quick. And if you look at every other issue that he talked about, right? He talked about all the economic stuff and on all those economic things. He had some policy. He had the tax policy. He has the junk fees policy. He talked about the violence, and he talked about this ban assault rifle, right? He said ban them now, right? He talked about the tax on the wealthy. He even talked about abortion. And so you can't just say that he only proposed legislation on things that he thinks he can actually get passed, because clearly he knows in that Congress that ain't nothing really moving on abortion. There ain't nothing moving on an assault rifle ban.
In fact, Cliff, I'm going to read it. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. In America, we must protect the right to vote, not suppress that fundamental right.
That's right. That's right. And so that would have been a good spot to say, therefore, pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, right? He doesn't go that far on that point, the same way that he talked about, and he pointed out the Tyree Nichols family, but he didn't actually say, he said, let's do something, right?
And then later he goes, democracy must not be a partisan issue. It must be an American issue. Hell, but not when you're trying to keep folks from voting.
Exactly. And so we needed to hear him say something very specific, the same way he was specific on all the other things. And I support those other things. Everything he talked about, I support. There were times when he sounded more like Bernie Sanders than Joe Biden.
Right.
And I support that, right? But you gotta come with it on voting rights and on police reform the same way you get specific on all those other issues. And that's what he did not do tonight.
Cliff, hold tight for a second. Going to a quick break. Tiffany Lofton, we're coming back to you as soon as we come back. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered, an hour on the Black Star Network, our post coverage of President Biden's 2023 State of the Union address, back in 2 minutes.
The 54th NAACP Image Awards is airing live on February 25th, honoring outstanding performances in film, television, theater, music, and literature. But this year, Roland Martin Unfiltered is nominated for Outstanding News or Information Series or Special. To vote, head to NAACPImageAwards.net, scroll down to Outstanding News/Information Series, select the category. You have to click on hashtag Roland Martin Unfiltered Black Votes Matter Election Night Coverage. To submit your vote, you will need an email. Only one vote allowed per email. Voting ends on February 10th at 9 p.m. Vote today.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
We're all impacted by the culture, whether we know it or not. From politics to music and entertainment, it's a huge part of our lives, and we're going to talk about it every day right here on The Culture with me, Faraji Muhammad, only on the Black Star Network.
People who before you didn't have to, and that's what they don't want to do. All right, folks, welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered, our special coverage of 2023 State of the Union speech. Tiffany Lofton, activist, normally somewhere doing headstands. She joins us right now. Yeah, I said it. Tiffany, you sent me a couple of text messages. Your assessment of tonight's speech.
I'll agree with everybody else in terms of his hair was slicked back today. The makeup was on point. He definitely rehearsed that speech plenty of times and did a really great job of managing his breath during the speech. I was thankful that he was able to make it 72 minutes for the State of the Union. I disagree with my brother Cliff. Bernie Sanders would have never said I am a capitalist, So this gave me nothing towards Bernie vibes. I voted for Bernie twice. I was extremely bothered to the panelists who spoke before me. Joe Biden did a lot of things tonight where he covered the basis of who he needed to talk to prepare for the next election cycle. Everybody heard what they wanted to hear because he mentioned it. He might have said the agenda. He might have said the issue area. He might have even said the problem. But I didn't really hear too many solutions from Joe Biden today. And that's what I think young people, millennials, Generation Z, are looking for a president to do. It's not just to say, here are all the things that we are concerned about and that are on the election, that are on the ballot. But here are the things and how we're going to fix it. And he said our democracy is really strong. He said, I quote, because I have the scripture here in case anybody wants to fight me. He said, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It is exploitation. And I said, well, damn. That was the most colorblind statement I think I've heard from a president on the State of the Union, because we've been talking about reparations and black people. And if we don't have equal footing, if we don't have access to the same resources or wealth that many of our enslaved brothers and sisters, enslavered brothers and sisters put us in the position for, then how can we have a positive capitalism that Joe Biden is talking about he enjoys running this country under? Young people wanted to hear about climate change. They wanted to hear about education, and he whispered student debt. We're still waiting. And by the way, if you're in D.C. or in the surrounding areas, please join us February 28th, where the Supreme Court will be hearing the oral arguments. We'll be out there rallying at 11 a.m. You can meet us there. And we heard him whisper about police. There was no solution. He did, however, do something really important that I had to text my comrades in the movement about. This is what he did. He said that we have to work on training for police officers, which is the same narrative that we hear all the time, even though all of us know statistically and data-wise, it does not work at all. Training is not what stops and keeps black people safe. Definitely doesn't help police officers in the moment. And he said we needed to fund and invest in first responders and other professionals. He said it in his speech. First responders and other professionals. And I said, well, by golly gee. This is the same president at the last State of the Union that said he was going to put 100,000 more police officers in the streets. It is coming from the person who was president, who was vice president, under an alumni president who said, stop saying defund the police to activists and organizers across the country. Yet here we heard a small confession. And I texted you, Roland, and I said, defund the police was right on time and also ahead of its time. Because defund the police, the slogan, scared everybody that benefited from the deaths of black bodies. It benefits from police brutality. They didn't want to support defund the police. But tonight we did hear Joe Biden say, the president of the United States of America say, that he wanted to invest in first responders and other professionals. And that is all defund the police had been calling for this entire time. In Los Angeles, where I am currently standing, where I live, 18% of our budget goes to LAPD. And tonight he said, let's raise the pay for teachers. Let's cancel the student debt. He gave a little bit of if you want to do college, you can. If you don't want to do college, you don't have to. And we can talk about on a different day the state of education in this country. That does bother and scare me a little bit as somebody who went to college and graduated and has $22,000 in student loan debt. But we heard democracy and no voting rights. And I heard nothing about the cost of living and the cost of rent in this country. And Gen Z and millennials are pressed up against not making enough money with fair wages, not having enough union jobs in this country, and paying too much in the rent and too much in the gas and simple daily things. I understand that we need to talk about Social Security and insulin. My father right now, who is experiencing heart failure and kidney disease, right now I am his sole caretaker. I know how important insulin is to my father. I also know how important dialysis is, and right now he needs transportation, and he has health insurance and Medicare, and neither one of them cover his transportation. So we're in a pickle. But I want Joe Biden to address solutions, not just name or drop the key words that get people excited on social media and Twitter. And when we come to the next election cycle, I told my friend, they said Joe Biden has people's support because he has been helping black people. And I said, he only has their support because we have a lack of options. So and when we get more options, the Democratic Party ought to be afraid. Well, so that's all I wanted to say.
So we were in the break and I said this to Greg. And this is what I need folk to understand, and that is when we look at this particular speech and we're talking about issues and what was talked about, and I'm gonna go to you first on this one, and that is when you look at the numbers, Joe Biden will be 82 next year. So as you keep going to 2023, 2024. The group that is hardcore, we know black voters are number 1 and number 2 for Democrats. Black women 1, black men 2. But the group that's the number 1 is 65 plus, but they self-identify. As you go 55 plus, fewer self-identify, 45, 35, you get 18 to 35. So the problem that they have is that the old structure no longer is actually being dismantled. It used to be, we can hit these black churches, we can go to them in August, we can go to these black preachers, get their endorsements, congregations will follow the preacher. Well, what a church is experiencing, dramatic drop in membership. And so what's happening is, and these white Democratic consultants are completely unprepared for this. Yes. You now have to go after black people the same way radio stations, TV stations, everyone else, you now have to micro-target. So what they're not used to is having to market to Bill separately from Lauren separate from Tiffany separate from Greg. They are not used to having to market specifically to black women. They've been ignoring black men. Oh, now I got to market to black men. Yep. And so what you're seeing, and the numbers didn't lie. You saw a dramatic drop off of black turnout in South Carolina in the last election. That's right. You have seen a dramatic drop off in turnout in Miami-Dade County, in Broward there in Florida. Milwaukee had a drop of 50,000. And let me be clear, and Cliff knows this here, voter suppression, closing down polling locations, voter ID, the efforts of Ron DeSantis, the Republican governor of Florida, specifically sicking police on formerly incarcerated people. And the charges were dropped. It was done to scare them from voting. That's just a fundamental fact. DeSantis did that. And judges were throwing those cases out. What they're going to have to do is understand, if you don't do what Tiffany's talking about, then he's not going to vote. Yeah. And his margins were narrow in 2020. Yeah. He only won Georgia by 12,000 votes. Look at Arizona as well. And so Trump not on the ballot, it's a whole different deal. You're looking at where it's being completely flipped. They're going to have to know how to talk to black people in a different way, and they're failing at actually doing that.
Most definitely, and I feel like they also would not have avoided this red wave if it wasn't for Roe v. Wade and people being so frustrated at that. So I feel like Democrats kind of got lucky in this last election because people were so upset with that. When you look at these young people, they're not watching CNN or MSNBC. I'm teaching my students at American University. They're not following the platforms that we're used to. And so when we're going into this next election, you got a whole bunch of new voters that are going to be coming out in the next 2 years. What are Democrats doing to reach them? And it goes to your point you made when we first started about the labor thing with Kamala Harris. You know, what are they doing to promote this stuff? Because young folks aren't going to the White House feed on Twitter to see what's going on. So are you out there in the social media space? Are you out there hitting people on their phones? If you're not doing these things, going by that old school method, and there's no Republican, sabotage of themselves, like what happened with this last time that led to the red wave being avoided, 2024 is not a guarantee.
Reese, the thing that I have consistently said, I said this in 2020, I said the moment Biden was inaugurated, I said they better start focusing on the midterms right now. They didn't. And so, look, yeah, you could say his speech tonight was the beginning of the campaign. What they should be doing right now, after this speech, they should be holding town halls. They should be having conversations, laying out, this is what we've done. If they try to wait until August of 2024 or September and October, you're playing with fire. And again, if it's DeSantis or somebody who's not Trump, you're going to lose.
Yes. However, I think this conversation kind of still doesn't acknowledge the fact that they have done all that. There is a messaging issue because they're up against a very well-funded, organized disinformation machine that is micro-targeting Black voters. They did a study of this in the UK right before 2020, where they showed how through WhatsApp, for instance, WhatsApp is a communication channel that a lot of non-English speakers that they use. And so there were memes disseminating through that, talking about socialism, this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that there's a lack of work being done. I think that there's a lack of understanding the scale and scope and relentlessness that they're up against that seeks to erase it. One of the ways they seek to erase it is to marginalize and erase Vice President Kamala Harris, who 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago had a summit of Black men at the White House, for instance, who last week was doing lead pipe groundbreaking things.
Who did they call beforehand?
Listen, I'm only.
No, I'm just no. Hold up, I'm sorry. No, wait. Hold up. Let me take the earpiece out. They had a summit on Black men.
Roland, the Howard basketball
team
I didn't even know about it. Now,
they were down there with the vice president.
Thank you. Listen,
hold up. They had a summit on Black men.
Yes. Well, they had a summit where Vice President Kamala Harris had a conversation with young black men.
Did it occur to them to tell any Black men in media?
Listen, I just want to give space because we give plenty of space to what people's perceptions of what's not being done. I just want to give some space.
That's a good point.
There is legitimate criticism that I'm very vocal of myself of how to message and get the communication out there. And I said it during the midterm. I said you need to invest because it's not going to happen organically.
I'm literally sitting here like, damn, really? Because what you're laying out. Look, we've probably done more than any show in America on the amazing things that Kristen Clark is doing in the Department of Justice.
Exactly.
And I've said to the White House, why in the hell are y'all not discussing that from the podium? The wardens they are putting in jail, the officers they're putting in jail, the people who they're found guilty and going to send to prison for hate crimes. They're doing that. And again, I totally get the well-funded machine, but here's the deal. They've now known for a decade that exists.
Exactly.
If you ain't figured out how to counter it by now, what the hell are you doing? And maybe the problem is because the white consultants keep pouring all the money in damn TV ads.
This is true.
As opposed to creating mechanisms to counter that. Or what also needs to happen, Biden should be calling some Democratic billionaires and saying, you know what the Republican billionaires are doing? Funding alternative media, where y'all sitting here doing animation and playing with entertainment. I gotta go to a quick break. When we come back, final comments. And so let me know how much time we got back. Everybody's gonna get a comment. And trust me, go over your time, I'm gonna hit you with an We'll be back on the Black Star Network in a moment.
Most people think that these television shows that tell stories about who we are as black men, and then they paint these monolithic portraits of us. They think that they're being painted by white people. And I gotta tell you, there are a whole bunch of black folk that are the creators, the head writers, the directors of all of these shows, and that are still painting us as monoliths. The people don't really want to have this conversation.
No, they don't. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us.
We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Your money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037- 0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com. All hell black people at his house. All right, folks, we got 10 minutes before we go to the end of the show. Each person is going to get to say something. I got the clock. If you go long, I'm shutting you down. Erica, you first. Go.
Good news. One of the things that President Biden says that we're not bystanders in history. So it's something I say on the show all the time. We need to be checking our voter registration. We all have something to lose. And there was good news in that speech for veterans, people who definitely protect this country 24/7.
Reddy Hudson.
I wanted to chime in with the sister from Los Angeles. If we want to really address some of the issues we see relative to crime in our communities, it's about funding public education, healthcare, livable wages, and putting communities in a position of stability so that we don't have to engage with officers so much.
Got it. Lauren?
You stole my thunder there about Kamala Harris. It's Anita Dunn. It's Anita Dunn being against voting rights and Kamala Harris. And that is a serious thing because Anita Dunn was head of SKDK. She knows how to control the machinery of the media. That's why we're getting negative piece after negative piece on Kamala Harris. Just not a secret. The other thing is that, you know, Joe Biden is the right man at the right time at the wrong age. He is 80 years old. He is showing his age. We're seeing flecks of it already. And at some point, there's got to be a family discussion about it because I think in 2 years, it just gets a little bit worse and a little bit worse. And that's why the Kamala thing is a very big deal, because they know it. Team Biden knows it. And can he hang on? Can he beat somebody younger? Does it set up some sort of McCain-Obama type look if you get DeSantis in there versus an 82-year-old man? You got to think about all that. And the obvious alternative is Kamala Harris. So one thing I will say, I do agree with our resident Republican here on a few things here. I was sort of disappointed he didn't go into groceries and gasoline a little bit more tonight. Just practical things that people do think about.
Right.
But quite frankly, I thought it was a lot better than I ever dreamt. I mean, he was great out there in a lot of ways.
Tiffany.
Join us February 28th at the Supreme Court, where we're listening to the oral arguments. Joe Biden, at the end of the day, has the sole power to cancel student loan debt, and he can do more than what he said he can actually do. So we are looking forward to swift action from the White House after that happens and after the Supreme Court acknowledges and says their determination. I also want to say that we should support Black media 100% because I have never seen a conversation like this, and I've been on for a very long time on the West Coast watching y'all debate these really important topics, and our people want to have these discussions. And I usually tell people to find a political home. But if they can't find a political home in their town or their city, they're going to go on their phones and they're going to watch this show. And this is where they're going to get their education and their information from. And I think you all, everybody in the room, did a great, actually take that back. Most of y'all in the room did a really good job tonight. So good to see y'all.
Thanks so much. I'm a Congo.
This is the time for all of us in our community to double down our efforts now. All of the things we said we weren't satisfied with Biden about tonight, that he didn't spend enough time on voting rights, police reform, we need to hit him hard. We can't wait till beginning of 2024 or whatever. We can't, there's no elections going on right now. So we gotta hit him hard, whether it's through our media, whether it's through our politicians, our grassroots organizations. It's a now or never mentality. If we push him harder, we're gonna get what we want. So we can't give up right now.
Tamia?
Well, I will say that, as the kids say, he did flex tonight. I was also disappointed that he didn't go deeper on police violence. The other thing I want to say, too, though, is when we talk about engaging Black voters, last cycle, I had a couple of clients who all won. They were all Black candidates. And the important thing, and they did not all represent all Black districts. The important thing to remember is that when we're looking at candidates, we actually have to make sure they're connected to the community, and we have to build campaigns that reflect what the community looks like. To your point, Black consultants that look like the candidate and can guide the candidate the way that they should go in this process. So I think it's very important for us to stay engaged and active and hold our leaders accountable. And like you said, I was going to say the same thing, making sure that we are advocates and we stay active with our president and what's happening in 24.
Bill?
Well, I was very pleased with him on the economy He did mention issues of affordable housing, the problem that seniors have with housing. He can't do it all in a speech. He can't lay out all the legislation. So I was happy that he touched on most of the key economic issues. I do think that we have a big problem. The media was so quick to sop up a Republican complaint about him and then change the cycle. He does have to figure out a better way to control the news cycle, to be more assertive. We were also happy when we woke up and found out I do not have to hear this idiot as president. But now the president seems not present as much. And so now that we have a president I actually want to hear from, they do need a strategy to make sure that we hear from him and that he dominates the news cycle because his message is important and fighting misinformation, getting us to the right spot on understanding the complexities of what we face. It's important for us to hear from him.
Dina?
First of all, thank you for having me. I love being the elephant in the room. And before I come on air, I always pray Psalm 19:14 that the words of my mouth glorify God. And so this screaming match that just happened, that doesn't honor him, and I apologize. I don't ever want to present misinformation, and I also support Black media and diversity of thought. So if you go to bpalivewire.com, that is a website, a platform that my sister and I host. And on bpalivewire.com tomorrow, we will share some of the information about conservatives and Republicans actually voting for CHIP, actually endorsing and passing legislation that empowers and funds community health centers. We'll talk about everything from, we want to talk about the over 90 executive orders that President Biden instituted that took away the Trump administration's immigration reform that's leading to this open border. So we'll talk about those things. We also encourage you, of course, always to support Roland and these conversations and fund him there. BPA Livewire is actually free right now, so bpalivewire.com for diversity of thought in the Black community.
Great.
Thank you, Roland. And this is so very important. Nobody's going to hear this anywhere else. I would just say I agree with you, Lauren. I mean, he's too old. And the whole political landscape changes. We know this whole thing could be changed in a year, whether he runs again or not. We heard tonight a commercial. Most of my students, like yours, Congo, they didn't watch this. And so we better listen to what Tiffany is talking about. The shrinking participation of voters combined with voter suppression, there's a very small margin for error. Democrats just moved their primary South Carolina up first. This could be a free-for-all by the time we start running for president. And so Kamala Harris being undermined from within is a problem. Now, can she win? We don't know. But we know one thing, finally, on the Republican side, there's no guarantee. Andrew DeSantis has no charisma. He's going to be in the field with Nikki Haley, maybe Tim Scott, maybe Mike Pompeo, maybe Mike Pence. But if they're all in, that means Trump could very well be, in fact, will probably be the nominee if he's not in jail. Shout out to Fannie Willis and Tish James. But the point is that at the end of the day, what we are facing is a map that we can only begin to try to predict about what's going to happen next. And what Joe Biden did tonight is make a series of commercials that he thinks is going to get Democrats across. And as I end, I would say people need to listen to you, Roland, because if that is the roadmap they lay out, they're setting themselves up for what Cliff has been fighting against and what Tiffany's been fighting against and what you've been trying to tell them, which is you better listen to some Black people.
Final comment. There was this great scene in The West Wing, my all-time. You didn't speak?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
No, Reese.
Go. I thought you did.
No, I
Hurry
didn't.
up. Go.
No.
You didn't speak? I thought you did. Go.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the Democratic strategy, the White House strategy. I just want to challenge us, because we're about civic engagement, I just want to challenge us to be engaged as well.
Yes.
In the things that we say we care about, seek out the information on that, because it is out there. It's not digestible. It's not necessarily easily available, but it is out there. And then we can help spread the priorities and the receipts for what's being done out there far and wide.
One of my favorite shows was The West Wing. There was this great scene where there was a Latino politician, and the White House got upset because he was sitting courtside with another Democrat, and they called him in and they said, hey, what were you doing? He said, I was at the game. And they said, we gave you all of this last time. He said, that was last time. What do I get this time?
Yes, sir.
The reality is this president needs a return on investment to black people. And that is, he ain't president without black people in South Carolina. He ain't president without black people all across the country.
That's right.
And so the bottom line is, he has to be pushed. He has to be pushed as aggressively as possible. To this White House, understand, I will be riding the hell out of you over the next 2 years. Why? There's no guarantee he'll give me president beyond 2024. And so we should be getting every damn thing we deserve while he is there. Everything. And so understand, you are going to be hearing from us a hell of a lot more. And if you can't handle the heat, well, then you might want to go find a new job. Folks, thanks for watching. We'll see y'all tomorrow right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network, where we keep it real, keep it black. Be sure to support us in what we do. Your dollars actually make all of this possible. Paying for staff, this office and everything. Check your money orders, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at Roland S. Martin. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Thank all of our panelists for being here. Everybody who's via Skype as well. We have more tomorrow. Jackson Mayor Chokwe Lumumba was going to be on. The Republicans in Mississippi in the State House have passed a bill to create a separate court system and a separate police force to govern all of Jackson, Mississippi. You can't have a nearly all-white legislature trying to control a majority black city. We'll be discussing that tomorrow. That's Republicans in Mississippi. We'll be dealing with them. Y'all know how we gonna do that. What, he broke the record? Yes. Oh, so LeBron James broke the all-time scoring record? Okay, all right. That happened while we were live as well. I'll check SportsCenter when I get home. Y'all know how we end the show. Holla! Yeah, I got a text.